I came to this competition my sophomore year and I realized that electrical engineering was what I wanted to do as my career.
You would think that nerds would be like reserved, but I feel like we're very open and like very inclusive.
It doesn't feel like we're competing against each other. It feels like we're all supporting each other.
You have people who are so passionate and dedicated about what they do, but you also have students who are equally passionate and dedicated and just like want to learn and love to learn.
I would love to have any of these students work with me on one of my teams. I build UUVs at work, and I just think that they're just great. You know, they just figure it out, and it's very just impressive to see.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Robosub Finals 2026.
Yes, sir.
My name is Andrew. Joining me is Alicia. Thank you so much for being my co-host as we head into the finals today.
Thank you so much. It's such a privilege to be here. We're really excited to be welcoming everybody here to Robosub 2026.
We are getting started really fast. We already have a team just starting to get into the water here. A number of teams have qualified for finals. We're going to get into all of that a little bit later on. We're going to talk a little bit about what Robosub is all about. We're going to talk all about what this week has been like, this very warm, very hot week.
Very sunny, yes, sir.
Has been like leading up to things. Before we do, we want to thank some of our sponsors. Can you tell us a little bit about who is helping us be here today?
Absolutely. So one of the greatest privileges being here at Robosub and all of our various RoboNation competitions is getting to be a part of industry and being able to work with them. I mean, this is the future workforce that you have right here. The students are learning practical skills that one day they'll take into industry, but it's all possible because of our sponsors. So a big shout out and thank you to the Office of Naval Research and to Naval Information Warfare Center Pacific, NIWC Pacific. Not only do they provide a great deal of financial support, we are powered by the volunteers that we have here at Robosub from the Navy and from our various partners there. I'd also like to give a big shout out to one of our newest sponsors this year, a first-time sponsor of Robosub, Anduril. They are a defense contracting company that has been a great added benefit to our community based right here in Irvine, California. So they've been able to bring a bunch of folks here on site to interact with our students. Another big thank you to longtime sponsor MathWorks, Blue Robotics, and SolidWorks, as well as all the folks from Build Submarines, etc. It's a privilege to be here with them on site at Robosub.
Absolutely, and it may be a little bit cliche to say, but it truly does take a village to put a competition like this together, and it is incredible to see these volunteers come from all over the world, literally. The teams are traveling from all over the world, the volunteers are traveling from all over the world, and they're dedicating a week of their time, especially those judges, especially those folks. We're going to see some really cool underwater camera shots today. We're going to be seeing all sorts of things in action, and so it's neat to see this community. It truly is a robotics community. Can you tell us, for folks who may be new to RoboNation, as we wait for that first team to get moving, what is RoboNation all about?
RoboNation is a nonprofit organization. We have 9 different robotics programs across various ages and education. So we've got programs for K-12 all the way up to university and postgraduate students. We reach all the different domains in robotics. So that's maritime robotics, like you see here, underwater, as well as surface maritime robotics with our program RoboBoat. We also have ground vehicle programs with IGVC, and we've got our K-12 audience program and Sea Perch, which is another underwater vehicle. It's sort of like the baby version of the RoboSubs that you see here. And we also have some of our sensor programs. So we've got GoSense Air Plus and GoSense Marine, which you can check out on shop.robonation.org if you're interested in purchasing some sensor products. And then we've also got sort of the pinnacle of what we have at RoboNation, which is Robot X, which kind of incorporates a few different aspects in different ones of our programs. That's our aerial, our underwater, and our surface maritime programs. With Robot X, we've got that coming in November.
We are going to talk all about everything from Sea Perch to Robot X as we make our way through the day. And obviously we're going to talk a lot about Robosub because it's been a really fun week. I want to talk a little bit about the team that we have coming up here in just a moment. I'm trying to see if we have them in the water.
We do. They are setting up right now in the pool to get prepped to go in their first run. So this will be our first team competing in finals today here at Robosub.
Looks like a sub is in the water. That first team member, or excuse me, that first team. Who do we have coming up on the water first?
We have first here on the water, we have the Nanyang Technological University from Singapore. They are joining us all the way. They've come out a long way and we're excited to have them here. So they've got Hydra and Kraken. So several of our teams here at Robosub this year have 2 vehicles. So they are putting in both of those vehicles right now. It looks like they're just getting Hydra in the water, but Kraken looks like it is in the water right now.
And they have had a long week already. It's crazy how much time these team members spend not only prepping in the year to come to Robosub, but also you see them in the team village. They've got early mornings, they've got late nights, they're rewriting code, they're working on all the technical aspects, and I love just seeing a number of team members. They've got toes in the water here as they prep for this first run.
And you'll see in the water, we're getting some water views from one of our sponsors that we mentioned earlier, the Naval Information Warfare Center out of San Diego. And we've got some divers as well that are serving as judges. So these are various Navy divers as well as professional scuba divers. And they are going to be watching the sort of eagle eye view of what's happening with our submarines. So they're supporting right now as Nanyang Technological University gets their sub set up. But we'll be able to have some views as well straight from one of our divers to be able to see as those vehicles make their way through the course.
As they do, let's zoom out just a little bit and let's talk a little bit more about Robosub. Tell me a little bit, if you will, about this week. When do people arrive? What is the vibe of the week for Robosub as we see teams coming in? Like I said, literally from all over the world. This year we had 9 different countries represented here at Robosub. So folks coming in, what has this week had in store for them?
Yes, that's a great question. So like Andrew mentioned, we have 9 different countries. We've got Bangladesh, Brazil, Canada, India, Mexico, Poland, Singapore, Turkey, and the United States. These teams have taken different ways to make it here to Irvine, California. So many of our American teams have driven. Shout out to some of our teams that took 3-day-long driving trips to get all the way here, stopped and saw some amazing parks and things along the way. But then we also have teams like from Bangladesh and that have flown for several days to get over here to the United States. Some of our teams will join us actually as many as a couple of weeks early so that they're able to get acclimated to the time change, to the weather, start testing in this environment. But some of our teams will literally get here the day that we kick it off for our orientation. So we started last Saturday. We kicked it off at our hotel, had a nice orientation opener, had a nice little networking session. All of our students got to meet each other, and then on Sunday we hit the water, and they've been going underwater ever since.
These teams do not stop.
They do not.
It is crazy to see them, and I'm sure that I will be talking about this a little bit later this afternoon, but we've had the privilege of talking to a number of the students who are here about that journey here to Irvine. We had, like you said, people stopping at national parks. We had people road tripping from all over the United States and Canada, and people flying in, as you said. We had even some like emergency surgery along the way. One team from Florida had to stop, I believe, in Arizona for some emergency medical attention. Everybody's okay. The team member who needed that attention, I think it was an emergency tonsillectomy. That person is here and was not going to miss Robosub for anything. But it is incredible to see the teams traveling from all over the place. Not only team members traveling, but they're going to bring a lot of equipment, a lot of tools.
They do. Shout out to all the folks on the team that are responsible for the logistics. So if anybody's traveled with a heavy suitcase, we already know that can be a challenge on a flight, but these students are bringing incredible technology, batteries, heavy Robosubs. Some of them are shipping them over, some of them are driving them, some of them are bringing on the plane. So it's really up to our teams to determine the best way for them to bring it here. But it is a challenge to get here on site to Robosub. So we're super stoked to see, especially these teams that have 2 vehicles. I mean, that's an extra challenge to make it all the way here.
It's double a challenge. It's crazy. And you think about, just for a moment, the workforce development, the opportunity for these students to be having hands-on education and hands-on experience collaborating. But think about how awesome it is for these teams to be figuring out the logistics of travel in order to get across the country. I know I probably harp on it quite a bit, but I'm just so impressed by the way that these students figure all that out.
It looks like we've got some vehicles in the water right now. So we've got a rescue going down with one of our divers here in the water. So NTU has officially started their run. So we can go over a little bit about what we're looking at here on the courses. As many of you may know from our RoboBoat live stream earlier this year, we actually have a collective theme for our 2026 RoboNation competitions, and that theme is storm response. So one of the things that industry often faces is trying to look where we can put technology in roles that are considered dirty, dangerous, and dull. For anybody across the world that's experienced the after effects of a storm, we know what it's like to need to get rescue immediately to people, to check infrastructure, and ensure things are safe for search and rescue crews to operate. And so what we've done is we've modeled that off of a storm coming in and our vehicles going in to assess that. So there are about 6 different tasks that we have here in the water. You'll see our students are prepping to get the vehicle to go through the first one, which is the gate. These are our entry and exit gates. It's your point to get into the course. We have 2 little signs that you'll see as our vehicles approach. You can see it on the screen right there. It is the survey and repair and the search and rescue. So how the vehicle makes its way through that particular gate will determine how they then approach the course later on in some of the tasks. So they must first autonomously, and then for those that don't know, the word autonomous means it's self-driving. So these vehicles have been programmed to do all of this on their own. And so that vehicle will autonomously drive its way through the gate, and then it will make its way to the slalom task, which is called avoid debris. So for those of you that don't know what a slalom is, maybe you're not into the Winter Olympics. Essentially, we have a number of poles down there. We have some red ones and some white ones, and they have to navigate their way through that simulated debris to make it onto our next task, which is our recon task. You'll see a few different bins in the water later in the competition, and our teams are going to be indicating through a light signal and working on some magnets there to be able to transition in the bin task. So you see in the top right corner of our screen here, you'll see 2 red dots. If our teams are able to successfully work on the magnetic task, the detectors, and turn those will become green. So that's our way to be able to tell if that task has been successful by our teams. This is really very important for our RobotX competition that we mentioned earlier coming up in Singapore. As many of you guys can see here, we have crystal clear water at Willett Aquatic Center here in Irvine, California. So crystal clear that they're going to be using it for some of the testing for the USA Olympic champions. You'll see some of the signs probably around the competition later in the stream. But when we're in RobotX in Singapore, it's going to be so murky that in order to know if the team actually completed the task, we need to be able to make sure that these magnetic detectors on the pipeline are able to work properly. So you'll see again those red lights up in the corner. Keep an eye out to see if they turn green. We'll know that the students have successfully done the recon task. Later along the way, you'll see a sign that once again has those survey and repair and the search and rescue circles there, and that will be where our vehicles must deploy a torpedo. So the torpedoes must make their way through the proper circles there. As you can see, the vehicle's making its way through the gate gate right now. As it's doing the gate, it's doing a little twist and a turn, a little somersault. Many of our teams will attempt to get what are called style points. So if they're able to do the task and then do it in kind of a fun way, we'll get some additional points for the teams along the way. So we see one of the divers is bringing out one of the vehicles that they have. Again, Nanyang Technological University has 2 vehicles with them here this year, and that is going to be Hydra and then Kraken. Those are their 2026 vehicles. A lot of our teams will have sort of design cycles, so you'll see some of these vehicles come back year after year, and some of them will be new. These are some new guys for this year. But back to the tasks, just to finish us off, we've got our final task, which is the octagon you'll see later on in the course. That is our restore course. So the AUV is going to enter the octagon guided by an acoustic pinger. We'll talk a little bit more about pingers later on. And they're going to be resupplying some of the tables that we have down there with some of the materials they need. So we're kicking it off all the way at the gate, and then at the very end, once they're done with all the tasks that they're going to attempt, they'll make their way back to the gate, return to home, as we like to say here at RoboNation, and they'll finish it off in the course.
There's no place like home.
There
See,
is.
we do have a student who is going to be coming and chatting with us from the team here in just a moment, and I'll be sure to ask her this in a moment. But some of the teams have decided, as you mentioned, we got two robots for this team. In your mind, do you know what are some of the benefits to having 2? Because as we said before, I think there are probably some pros, but it's also maybe a little bit of added stress to have a second robot that you have to take care of.
It can definitely be, and we have to ask the teams for more information on that and how that's been for them. There are different ways that it can benefit them with the point structure in the competition, ways that they can have inter-vehicle communication, which is an exciting task for us to be modeling for industry as well. And it's just other ways for them to make sure they're able to meet as many of the tasks as possible. But we're going to go ahead and welcome our team member up here. This is one of our favorite parts of the live stream. We could talk at you for hours, but we know that the subject matter experts of these vehicles right here are the students that built them, that have loved on them for the last couple of weeks as they have been fixing them in the water, testing with them, and making sure that they work. So we'll pass it over and welcome our student here.
Hello.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. Okay, so your team is in the water, in the finals. It's an incredibly exciting moment, hopefully for you. Before we talk about what's going on right now, how has the week been for you at Robosub?
It's been a great week, really exciting. I think it feels a little surreal really to be here at this moment right now. So through the week, for context, we've had some flooding. I'm sure RoboNation staff has seen us. But I'm really proud of the team. They really pulled through, got it together, had all the spare parts tagged and pulled some late nights. And we're here now, so I'm really proud of the team.
Has there been one challenge that has stood out in your mind over the last week that you guys have had to overcome to be here in the finals?
One challenge.
Or many challenges?
There's been quite a few challenges. I would say, honestly, the flooding was a bit of a shock to us because we're really careful. So, for example, before practices, we do a quick waterproof test just by dipping the bot into the water. And after that, we do a dry systems check every single time. And the communication between the team is really good. So, the first time at the Airbnb, when we saw the flooding for Kraken, our second vehicle, which is also a more experimental hardware-wise vehicle, yeah, I think the team was panicked. But yeah, with all the debriefs, everything, and the time that the team set together to fix the problems, I think the team grew really close through that incident as well. And I mean, I'm really happy to see them working so closely together for the finals.
That's amazing, and it's so cool to hear what you're saying about that. And I think I love hearing, especially when you guys are together in the Airbnbs or the hotels, the bonding that happens during these weeks that we have here at our competitions. One of the things that I hear a lot from students involved in robotics is, I would never want to approach underwater robotics for the very issues that you guys are facing right now, which is the waterproofing. And so, what are some ways that you guys have approached finding solutions to waterproofing your vehicle? I know it's always a challenge, but I'm curious to hear.
Wow, okay, so for some context, I'm actually the ops chief in the team, so I don't actually work on the engineering. But from what I see, really hardware has tried everything. So when we were first founded, like just a couple years ago, 2024 to be exact, we were trying like basic cheap waterproof connectors, we were trying PTFE tape, we were threading to try to waterproof our own connectors, and now we've moved on. So we've learned the importance really of O-rings, finding the right O-ring, not snagging it, and we've tried off-the-shelf solutions. We have also tried custom solutions. So for example, for Kraken, our second vehicle, it actually has a custom-made CNC electronics hull that is waterproof, working well so far. So yeah.
Fingers crossed. Working well so far.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed, yeah.
It looks good right now. As you were making your way up here, we were talking about the strategy to have two different robots. Can you tell us a little bit about what the benefits are and maybe what some of the challenges are in having two different robots to look after?
So we debuted in Robosub just last year with a single vehicle, and what we figured was one vehicle alone, it was really difficult to achieve completion of all the tasks within the tight time limit. So this year we decided to go with two vehicles. One vehicle being an upgrade of the previous year's vehicle, so the development timeline is a lot faster, and the other vehicle is experimental. So for the vehicle that we're slightly more comfortable with and upgrade, that vehicle is going to be attempting the tasks that require higher precision control. So for example, the octagon task and the recon, the bins, the dropper task. And the other vehicle, Kraken, is made to be a lot flatter, a lot more maneuverable. So it's going for tasks like the gate, the saloms, and torpedo. That's our strategy for this year.
Gotcha.
One of the things that's really fun to see about our students is all the various competitions that you guys are a part of. So I know you mentioned that you joined us here at Robosub in 2024 for your first year, but you guys have also been a part of the Singapore AEV Challenge as well. And will you be joining us for Robot X in November?
Yeah, so we will be joining for Robotics in November. It's really going to be our first venture into something other than underwater, so that's exciting. As for past competitions, so we debuted at Robosub in 2025 actually, and for the Singapore AUV Challenge we started a little earlier, so 2024. Yeah.
That's amazing. Well, congratulations for all the hard work you guys have done, and it's exciting to follow that journey along. Can I hear a little bit about the tasks that you guys feel the most confident in approaching today on the competition?
Well, so for the tasks, I'm speaking as what I see because I'm actually working on the ops side of the team. But in terms of tasks, the team has worked really hard in practicing the basics. So, for example, gate, style points, and slalom for Kraken, and then for Hydra, the drop task we have quite high confidence in. So either to correct bins, or even if we're trying to focus on other tasks for Hydra, the other bot, we still want to try to fly by the dropper task and drop because it's a task we have high confidence in. And as for tasks that we hope can be done, which I believe they're really hoping goes well now, is the octagon task. So it's the first time that we've so thoroughly practiced the picking for the vehicle, the manipulator. So it's exciting. It's worked in practice sessions and once in the semis, so we're hoping for the best.
And we saw a couple claps down there, so that hopefully is a good sign for how
I
your
hope
team
so.
is doing.
Yeah, the team is definitely looking happy down here as we see this octagon.
Stressed looking at them, but yeah.
I know it can be hard looking at from this eagle eye view that we have here at the competition.
Right.
What is it like? A lot of our students are, the engineers on the team, whether it be software, hardware, mechanical, electrical. But what is it like on the ops side, being able to support the team in that way?
It's tough because for some context, we were really a student-initiated club, so not like a formal CCA or engineering team under school. So these kids really came together with a common love or interest in venturing into underwater robotics. And from there, we had to build up, the finances, finding a lab space. I saw the team through all of that, and operations, planning this kind of big trips. But additionally, on top of those ops, I also remind the students that it's not always just about tech. I like to remind them that, there's so many applications, cool applications of underwater vehicles out there. My interest personally, I'm a biologist, so marine biology, applications potentially in aquariums, coral nurseries. That's kind of where my interest lies, and I really hope that this foresight keeps the team together because it gives them a greater reason or purpose to be here career other than just solving the problem right in front of them, and maybe even go on to do it as a career.
I was just going to touch on that. You mentioned that you're a biologist and maybe you're not on that engineering side. I had the privilege yesterday, you gave an incredible tech talk. As though coming to Robosub as a team member is not stressful enough and like you don't have enough things going on in your schedule, you were so kind to give a tech talk to some of the students in the team village about some of the strategy behind the work that your team has done and some of the design elements of your robots. My question for you though is, how do you feel like being a part of this team has prepared you for whatever comes next for you after graduation?
Wow, it's been a great honor working with this team because they're a bunch of really dedicated students. I've seen them learn from ground up. As for how this will benefit me in the long run, I'm actually going to education as a career, a science education, and a lot of it, the interest, the passion really stems from what I've done with the team. For example, all the outreach events that I've pushed for on top of all these competition efforts, as well as really growing a team from ground up, like, being one of the early founding members of the team. The experience really stays with you. This is not something you learn in the classroom. How to plan a trip, how to bring people together. It's been a great experience, no regrets.
Before you joined us, we were just talking about how it's easy to focus on how challenging, just waterproofing, how challenging the engineering, how challenging the technical side of things. For sure. But you just said how to plan a trip, right? You had a long journey to California. Tell us a little bit about what that was like traveling all the way over here.
Long journey, so we had a quick transit in Taiwan before we reached here, and we traveled in 2 batches. There's a total of 14 of us. The ideal situation was 2 batches of about half each. One of the members had a little trouble with the USA entry, so he only arrived like a couple days ago. And we've been running with 13 members in 2 vehicles, which to me is amazing because when we first came for Robosub a year ago, we had 14 members and 1 vehicle, and that was already tough. So this time we're really stretched, but we do our best, and I'm so glad that all 14 of us are here together today.
No, we love having all of you guys here, and I'm sure you'll be a little bit more excited in November when it's just down the street from you guys versus halfway across the world. But we've been watching as the vehicles have been approaching each of the tasks. I know one of your vehicles is down getting close to the octagon. They've been gracefully making their way through the water. And so, I just love to hear, like, as you guys are looking into competing at RobotX, how is that, having a new vehicle above the water, making that new challenge for you guys?
It's interesting because one of our outreach programs already was to develop a boat kit that young engineers can use, program, and pick up maybe an interest in marine engineering. That kind of sparked our interest also in venturing to something other than underwater domain. So I think the members are still figuring out what's the best game plan there, but for sure we'll have a surface vehicle and we'll have an underwater vehicle for RobotX.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like your team is getting ready to wrap up your session in the water, and so we want to thank you for your time. Thank you for joining us. We're going to let you go so you can go celebrate what looks like a really positive experience down there. Let you celebrate with your team. I can take that microphone back from you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank
you. All right, well, she goes back and joins her team and celebrates that. We'll get going with the courses. I know we've got some vehicles still on the water, and then we'll make that transition to our next team.
Absolutely. So we talked a little bit a moment ago about the RobotX experience approaching in Singapore, and so as they get off the water, I thought it might be kind of cool to talk about what is ahead of us with RobotX. Can you just touch on one more time what our expectations are for what is RobotX? I think we talk about it as this kind of culmination of the different RoboNation programs, but in your mind, what is RobotX all about?
Absolutely. So it's collaborative autonomy. So in many industry and real world scenarios, you've got multiple autonomous vehicles that are working at one time. And so to be able to have these vehicles be able to read, write, talk to each other, and accomplish complex mission tasks is very integral and important. And so we don't, like we mentioned earlier, we don't just have the maritime component, we also have an aerial component. So we have surface, underwater, and aerial. And each of those vehicles are going to be attempting tasks that are relevant to their specific domain, but also communicating with each other and accomplishing these tasks together. So it really ups the ante of technology, of skill that our students have. It provides that additional challenge. We've reduced the size of our vehicles, and we'll kind of touch on that a little bit later as well, but to make it more of a compact, mission-ready process for the competition.
We are in a transition right here at Robosub. We've got one team just finishing up, the other heading onto the water here shortly. While we wait for that team to come out, let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about RobotX.
Absolutely.
RobotX, the X represents all of it. So teams that compete in RoboBoat can actually bring those boats to RobotX. Teams that compete in RoboSub can now bring their subs to RobotX. So we're trying to bring coherency across the competitions so that teams have a much lower lift putting it together into vehicles working in all three domains, air, sea, and undersea. That really opens the aperture for teams to take the same things they've learned and then advance them.
So we've lowered a lot of the barriers to entry from RobotX. So now you've got RoboBoat, RoboSub, and Suez that are all feeder events into RobotX. And if you're capable of doing all three domains, then you've got a much better advantage for RobotX.
So that was just a little bit about what we have to look forward to at RobotX. I think that we are going to be talking quite a bit about RobotX today because, quite frankly, we are so excited about what is to come. I want to talk a little bit more about that team that just came off the water, and I know a lot of teams put together team videos. What do we have to look at?
It's a great question. So one of the things that we really encourage our students, and having an operations team member is the perfect way to kind of promo this, is that it's not just about the technology. Being a part of industry is being able to sell your vehicles, having those soft skills of communication. So our teams build websites, they do technical design reports, they make videos, and they also have their vehicles here at the competition. And so one of those areas that we judge is our team videos. Not only are they a great way to learn about the vehicles themselves, but they are such a fun experience to get to know our teams and get to know the heart behind each of them here at Robosub.
Perfect. Let's take a look at their video, and then let's also take a look at the next team video for that team that is on their way, and I believe that is the Ohio State Buckeyes.
Yes, sir.
In the depths, nothing comes easy. Last year, Megatron made its Robosub debut. We returned from our first run placing 8th, carrying not just a result, but a long list of lessons. But this year, we are not just here to repeat the past. For Robosub 2026, we return with a stronger strategy, a redesigned system, and 2 vehicles built for a harder mission.
Every comeback needs a stronger body. Our mechanical team is responsible for designing the structure that allows Hydra and Kraken to survive, move, and perform underwater.
Kraken focuses on stability and manipulation, supporting tasks that require controlled approach. With upgraded thruster placement, a compact aluminium electronics housing, a new gripper, and a magnetic dropper system,
Hydra is designed for agile motion, precise positioning, and reliable performance in tasks such as slalom, gate, and bin.
But beneath every machine, there is a heart. Our electrical team gives Hydra and Kraken reliable power, control, and communication underwater. This year, we have upgraded our power distribution system for better monitoring, safer power management, and a cleaner electrical architecture.
Our new compact architecture makes maintenance faster, debugging slightly less painful, and wiring cleaner.
Last year, our software stack got us into the water. This year, we are rebuilding it to take us further.
We are migrating from ROS 1 to ROS 2 containerizing our system with Docker, and also standardizing development across both vehicles. Before we reach the real hardware, we test in simulation first, validating the control, perception, and mission logic.
Our perception system combines object segmentation and depth estimation. With Nav2 and behavior tree mission planning, we are shifting from reactive movement to structured, pose-based autonomy. Of course, the code still has bugs, but this year, we are hunting them down before they hunt us.
But Megatron is more than boats, boards, and code. Behind every vehicle is a team managing people, partnerships, publicity, logistics, documentation, and the 1,000 tiny things that make competition possible. Our Biz and PMP team connects Megatron with sponsors, supporters, and the wider robotics community. To our sponsors, mentors, and supporters, thank you for believing in our team.
For Robosub 2026, Megatron returns with a new strategy, 2 specialized vehicles, and 1 mission. Together, they represent the next frontier of our team. We are Megatron from Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Robosub 2026, we are coming back stronger.
We're the Ohio State University Underwater Robotics team. Our team is made up of the electrical, mechanical, and software sub-teams, all working together to bring our robots to life. We're glad to be back at Robosub and excited to share with you what we've been up to this past year.
The mechanical sub-team focuses on the development, manufacture, and upkeep of the various mechanical components on our AUVs, including pressure holding and structural elements alongside our actuator-driven task mechanisms. Over the past year, our teams worked extremely hard to develop both a reliable and robust claw system so that we can participate in Robosub's table task. We also plan to come to competition alongside our new secondary AUV, Triton, who's been developed completely in-house by our undergraduate student body. We're excited to show you what he's capable of.
The electrical sub-team specializes in the interface between the physical actuation and software operation of our robots. All of the circuitry here in Triton we designed and built this year to manage the electrical signals that control the thrusters, alert us of leaks that we won't have, and most importantly, communicate with our other vehicle, Talos, using audible underwater signals. Once my sub-team finishes our work, we send it over to the software sub-team.
The software sub-team develops and maintains code that operates the vehicles, as well as the tools supporting testing and validation. This year, we made a new autonomy system with a graphical tree-based editor and massively cleaned up the controller using MATLAB Simulink. Even more importantly, we rewrote the entire software stack to reduce bloat, improve maintainability across multiple vehicles, and emphasize consistent documentation. This sets up a solid foundation for future multi-vehicle development.
As an organization, we strive to develop our members into the engineers of the future. From freshmen to seniors to graduate students, we welcome all skill levels and backgrounds. With our weekly seminar series, our onboarding curriculum, and the hands-on challenges that we tackle as a club, we believe that this is one of the best organizations for young engineers to develop.
We're not just dedicated to giving back to our team members, but to our community as a whole. We work with local schools to create fun and engaging outreach programs. From our first robotics outreach, which partners with high schools, to our STEMBot program, which is targeted towards middle schoolers, we make sure to leave a positive impact on our community.
We are incredibly excited for Robosub 2026. The team has worked so hard this year, and we can't wait to see how we do in the competition.
All right, welcome back. It is so cool to see those team videos. We'll have more as we see additional teams coming. We are gearing up for the Ohio State, the Buckeyes, out of Columbus, Ohio. It looks like they are just kind of getting into the water here. So just like last time, we're going to have a student joining us here in just a moment as we take a look at how Ohio State does in the pool.
Yeah, we've got 2 vehicles again with this team. Emphasis on the Ohio State University. They've got Triton and Talos down there in the water. So as Andrew mentioned, they're getting everything set up, and we've got a number of team members that you'll be able to see at the pool side, making sure all of their vehicles are ready to go as they get in the water.
Awesome. It always takes just a moment for the transition from one team. They just finished up the run. They're very excited. They're getting that sub out of the water, and now we're getting another sub in. So we'll take a look here at the water, and in just a moment we'll have a student from Ohio State joining us to tell us a little bit more about their team. Joined. That was very fast. I just talked about a transition in and out of the water. We got you up here really quickly. Thank you so much for joining us.
Of course, happy to be here.
Matthew, are you originally from Ohio?
Yes, I'm up from the Cleveland area.
From the Cleveland. I got married in Ashtabula, Ohio.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if that means anything to
Congratulations.
you. Thank you. I appreciate it. But Northern Ohio means a lot to me for that reason. So anyway, enough about me. Let's get back to Robosub. I shouldn't be talking about me when I got you sitting here. We're down to looking at your team here in the pool.
Yeah, one of the things I want to make sure we make known is last night we were having some banter with the students before we announced who was in the finals, and I think we discovered that, Matthew, you might be one of the longest running students that we have here this year at Robosub 2026, and you've been with us for how many years?
7 years I've been here, a part of this team at Ohio State and as well as here at Robosub.
It's amazing to have our students come back year after year. We get to see you guys grow up, and you're such a part of our RoboNation family. A shout out to our future alumni program that we're going to have, so we'll talk about that later as well. But in the 7 years that you've been with us, what are some of the highs and lows that you've experienced at Robosub?
I think one of the biggest highs is 2 years ago we had managed to make the wild card slot and end up being second overall in the competition. I think that was kind of the biggest high and the biggest piece of success for us. Getting the opportunity to just, after all the years and years of trying and getting just close, being able to actually succeed was probably one of the biggest highs ever to have as a team.
That's fantastic. And what's your role, both evolving over the years, but what's your current role with the team and what have you been a part of?
Yeah, so I've been an engineer on the mechanical engineering team here for the last 7 years. I was a vice president on the team for a year. I've been a technical advisor for the last couple of years, kind of overseeing and using that knowledge and that experience to help guide team members, answer all the questions, say, hey, look, don't do that. That's going to be a bad idea here. And just try and continue carrying on knowledge with them over the years and guide them in what any way I can.
And I love to hear you talking about carrying on knowledge. I think it's one of the great things that our leaders across the team, whether they're unofficially leading in the team or they're the team leaders themselves, the sort of older students have such an integral role to play in that team development. But you guys aren't just doing it within Ohio State University. And I've seen you guys out in Team Village talking to other teams, helping along. What is it like to you guys to make friends with other teams and encourage some of the newer and younger teams as well?
Yeah, it's always actually super important to us. We want, when we go out there, we don't want to just win because we've kept all the knowledge to ourselves. We want to win because we've all built the best robot here, and we've made sure that every team can succeed as best they can. You want to make friends, you want to get to know people, because these may be one day the people you're working with one day too. But it's important to us to make sure that everybody is doing their best, and we can, kind of help try and rise everybody up so that we've all learned here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know you guys have at the Ohio State University a special relationship with Sonia, Team Sonia.
Yes, we do.
I see some of them out in the stands watching as you guys begin your run. So can you tell us a little bit about that? Because it's not just here at the competition. I've saw some meetups along the year.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been friends with them since the 2019 competition, and they've been some of our best partners in this. We work with them a lot. We've visited their places. They've visited our facilities. We exchange gifts. We've made friendships. We've gone to the beach together, and we'll be doing that tomorrow. We brought them. They're well known for keeping like a panini press and stuff there. We got them an ice cream maker this year to put in their tent.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's important to maintain those friendships, and they've been one of our closest closest allies and working together to try and, build collaborative robots and work here.
I love that so much. You mentioned that they have visited your facility and,
yes.
and you visited theirs. Tell us a little bit about what home facility is like for you guys. And, and when you visit somebody else, what are you looking for?
Yeah, so we're under the College of in the College of Engineering. We're under the electrical engineering department there. So in Dries Labs is our home at Ohio State, and we have a lab facility there in their building that we can work out of. That is a classroom lab basically in there, and we've had that since 2021. It was actually one of my projects to get us this lab at one point, and then additionally we have what's called the RPAC there, which is the major gym and aquatic facilities at OSU. And so we have a diving well and then a Olympic-sized competition pool, and so we use that for most of our testing at Ohio State. And then when you're going to other places, you're looking to see what do they do? How do they do it differently? Everybody structures their stuff differently. So how can I improve my space? How can I make it more efficient, more functional, more ergonomic for my team members? What are smart ideas that they've solved? And we're like, oh yeah, we really are struggling to manage where we keep our cabling or our batteries or how we keep our tools organized. Wow, they've got a really great solution there. Just seeing how people do it and trying to learn from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody's space is absolutely unique. It's been fascinating for me as we have visited some universities, just how similar in some ways the approach to all things tech and equipment may look, and then in other cases, just how different some strategies are. Your team is officially in the water now.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about maybe some of the challenges that you're having an easier time with, or some of the challenges that maybe have truly been a challenge for you this week?
Sure. Actually, so at the moment, Talos, which is our AEV over by the is our primary AEV over by the torpedo task. We've been working with that. This is one of the first times we've had a really successful torpedo and marker system. It's a combined system here. We use the same servo for both, and it's I think a really genius piece of engineering that switches a cam around and allows it to fire in whichever direction it needs to. This system here has worked pretty well. We actually yesterday managed to get one torpedo in, one hit it, and then kind of dropped in and just floated in there, which was fun to see.
We'll take it.
Yeah, I'll take any points. But it's doing most of our primary tasks here, and he's been pretty good. But our challenges this week have been a lot of just getting that precision down. Between the bins as well, we've been able to get it pretty consistently in all of our practice work, and then in competition, just making sure that consistency carries over each time. Our other AUV Triton, which they're working on putting in the water now, that one doesn't carry any of our task mechanisms. So that's designed for the simple move through the gate and then return home task there. And this is a new one. We've just built this in the last year. Triton's been with us for 4 years, Talos has been with us for 4 years. Triton is brand new this year, and is the first time we've qualified a second AUV to try and do inter-vehicle communication with and have it move in there. So we're really excited to get this one in the water and be able to use it.
When you introduce a second vehicle, what happens with your team? Are there certain dedicated team members to both vehicles, or does the team kind of split and look at one vehicle or the other? How do the logistics go?
Yeah, so we'll divide up a little bit on how we handle this. Right now with this one, because we have a primary and a secondary, most of the work goes into Talos, pretty much always. Triton does get a little bit put on the back burner sometimes.
Poor Triton.
Yeah, I know.
Justice for Triton.
I know. He's a great little guy, but he doesn't have the seniority yet. Is the thing. But no, we've had a team working on him, actually specifically focused on him for the last year, and then overarching, the team has been working together because we have been working on getting them to communicate together through a transducer and hydrophone system. So it's been a lot of the same upper level team members working to make sure that they are both working in conjunction perfectly with each other.
That's fantastic. And do you have an idea on which tasks you anticipate your vehicles are going to be attempting today on the course?
Yes, we'll actually be attempting for every task we can get here. Working on torpedoes at the moment with Talos, and then we'll move over. We will surface in the octagon. We will be going over and doing the bins as well in the end for our droppers. The table will be one that we have been trying to see, but we may not be able to necessarily get that. With that, we've just had some issues with a servo, just making sure that it can communicate properly while also not flooding, and that's been one of our bigger challenges to try and get. It's a very nice system, and we use a rack and pinion claw that we designed, and the mechanism on it kind of forms to the object when you collapse on it, and it's very cool. I've tested it in a number of different scenarios. We've used variations of it before. I actually used it on stage once to move a robot around to play fetch with a robot this past year, and so we know it's a good mechanism. It's just a matter of integrating it, and if it has the time, it will keep trying to do it. So now he's moving over into the octagon here, and he's going to try and line up and surface here if he can.
Now, I know you mentioned you're going to attempt the bins task and make sure that you're getting the markers in the proper bins, but have you guys been able to attempt moving the magnetic markers in that task, or has that been something that you guys have been
This is a bit, since this is a bit of a newer one this year, we do have a system in place to do it. We have tested it a little bit, but we just got our test equipment up for this and our version of it this week. So that has also been another challenge to try and get that in place so we can actually test with it. And we have been able to do it, but we have not been able to do it in the competition yet. We've been able to do it in the test pool, so we'll try it and we'll see, and if it works, it works.
All of us sometimes can be a little bit nervous when we're on the show stage, so it happens, and so we'll keep an eye. For those of you that are just tuning in, that aspect of the task we're talking about is a part of the recon, the bins task. So if it is able to do it and maybe perform here live for us, we'll give a big shout out to Talus if it does so. You'll see those red dots in the bottom corner of your screen. Those would turn green if that task does get impacted. All right, we see the vehicles now moving over. So you mentioned earlier inter-vehicle communication. Could you share a little bit about what that means and what that looked like on the competition?
Yeah, so for us, a lot of that takes the form of being able to signal when they're going to go together. And so Talos has a transducer on it that will send out a signal and tell Triton, who, for example, is moving right now, to kind of move when to work and communicate together. And so we've been working on this system for the last probably 4 years, trying to develop a consistent system so that they can hear back and forth and know when they're working together. It's new to us this year, first time we've used it in the competition. So we're working out the bugs. We got it working for the first time yesterday, actually in the competition setting. So we're excited to see how this turns out. But he'll be going over and he'll be telling them, hey, I'm finished with this task. It's now time for you to do your run. And Triton will try moving through the gate and then moving back in. We'll tell Talos when it's done and that it's out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you said you just kind of working on it yesterday, tell us about this week. If we zoom out just a little bit, like when did you get to California? What was the trip to California like? Did you fly? Did you drive? I want all the details.
Yeah. So we got in on the 8th here in California. 3 of us had drove cross country, made a nice road trip out of it. Stopped at a bunch of fun locations along the way.
What was your favorite? Where did we stop?
I was flying in, so my favorite one was the Starbucks in the airport, personally. But they had made it to a couple of national parks. We've gone to Petrified Woods National Forest. We've stopped at a few other ones. We've done the St. Louis Arch before as well. And so we had a few bringing all the equipment across, and then the rest of us had flown in on that day. And so we've had a nice Airbnb we've rented, and that we've had the chance to hold all 13 of us here while we've been in. And it's been good. It's given us the chance to test, kind of work out the bugs early on, and then once the competition started, we're split into a day team and a night team, and we overlap here at the competition. But some of us are getting up at 4:30 in the morning, and the other of us are going to bed at 4:30 in the morning. And so I'm a night team person, so I stay up all night swimming with the robot.
So you're exhausted right now?
Always.
Yeah. Just so tired. Back to road tripping / flying.
Yeah.
Do team members want to drive? Or do team members want to fly? Is it like low person on the totem pole has to drive and make that long trip?
No, we can make the choice whether or not they want to. Usually, it's the highest person on the totem pole. They get to do the driving.
They want to. Okay.
Both because they're older and they can rent the vehicles and everything. But we usually put it that way so that they can take the opportunity to do it, and we'll pick a few members who we think are interested in doing it and have had the experience before to do it. And so I did it a few years ago when we road tripped. Our outgoing president, our incoming vice president, and another member had road tripped it across this time.
It just sounds like a blast.
It's a great time.
Yeah, got to get a robo van and get going.
If there's only a few team members, you have to get the right audiobook, podcast, playlist situation going. Otherwise, that's a long haul.
Oh yeah, we have a large Spotify playlist that we've all been adding to all week just to try and keep the tunes going.
We love it. And so are you guys staying at a hotel, or are you guys at an Airbnb, or
we're at an Airbnb about an hour from here near Lake Elsinore, and so that's been nice nice for us. We get a pool that we can use to test in the time, and it gives us kind of a good amount of space to work within that location, and then enough beds for everybody to sleep in. As much sleeping as you do in these times.
Yeah.
It sounds like not a whole lot of sleeping.
It's not, you figure it out. You find times to nap.
Do you just, I can do anything for a week. That's kind of what my mentality would be like. You know what? For 6 days, 7 days, I'm going to give it my all, and maybe that means night shifts, but...
Sleep is for tonight, that's for sure.
Yeah, sleep is for tonight, that's for... The nice thing, at least being on the mechanical team, is everything is, knock on wood, been pretty solid here. So we've had a lot of times we're like, all right, well, we're just gonna sit down and wait for somebody to call me and tell me something's gone wrong.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even just you mentioning being on the mechanical team, so do you guys have a larger team that's back home that wasn't able to join us here at Robosub?
Yeah, we have about 60 members in total on our team here, and so we'll choose people. We'll usually try and find people who are current leads who have a lot of the experience, newer leadership coming up into there, and then trying to find a smattering of students who have been dedicated, who are new to our team and new to Robosub, who haven't had the chance to go, to try and get them the experience. We find that it's one of the best parts about being on the team is getting the chance to come here. So we try and get a good mix of people who have contributed and put a lot of their time and energy into the team to come here. And so all of them back at home, they've worked very hard over the years and over the last year especially to kind of get everything running. And so they're very excited too to support us, and we're hoping to bring home some nice results for them.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got just a few minutes left here in your run. I want to ask you just a couple more questions before we let you go and celebrate with your team. One of which is, and this may be one of the deeper questions, but you've been doing this a long time. How do you feel like you have changed over the last 7 years? How are you different as a person?
I think one of them is, you've learned more as an engineer. You become a better engineer getting the chance to test it. But personally for me, I found a lot of it has been in the development of leadership skills and how you build a successful team, and finding the way to, you're not just trying to build a robot, you're trying to build a team with this. And so what is that mindset? How do you learn and teach new people to come and take this? And when I'm choosing leadership, I always look at, you need a good engineer, you need a good project manager, but you need a good teacher first and foremost, somebody who can pass that knowledge on. And so one of the biggest things for me has been, figuring out how do I teach people and get them to understand it and understand, the philosophy and the mindset that you have to go in with this, not just the technical knowledge that they need to know. Because you're only there temporarily, and even though I've been there a long time, you're only there for a bit, and you're going to pass it on to somebody, and then they're going to have to pass it on again. So trying to ensure that in the future the team is still in a good state because you've put in all this effort to get the right people and teach them to do everything they want to do.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love a shout out. We all need teachers for sure. Well, thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely, happy to join.
Like I said, you've just got a couple of more moments, and we want to make sure that we're not robbing you of enjoying some of this time with your team as you guys get off the water. So I'll go ahead and take that microphone back from you, but I just want to thank you for your time today, and good luck with the finals.
Yeah, thank you so much. Happy to be here with you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much, Matthew, and we've been privileged to be a part of your journey in the last 7 years, and look forward to seeing where you go and where you head.
Thank you.
But yeah, go enjoy with your team. Have this celebratory moment. It's such a special time.
Thank you so much.
We'll see you later.
Yeah.
All right, they are working on their vehicle in the water right now as Matthew goes back and joins his team. We've got a shot that we're going to try to get set up for you guys so you can see what it looks like to work poolside. It's one of the most unique things is trying to fix your vehicle as it's literally in the water. And so our students are very adept at leaning over and moving things around. So we're taking out Talus from the water now, and we'll be transitioning soon to our next team.
I think it was a good run. Matthew seemed happy about it, seemed excited. We got a couple of cheers from the team down below. What a good guy.
What a great student, and as are all of our students. And it's fun to see. You can hear potentially the claps in the background as our students celebrate Ohio State University as they're coming off the water. It is a privilege, like we said earlier, to see all of these students grow up and be able to experience all the different things. We say at RoboNation, make mistakes, make breakthroughs. So our students come here and they learn about what it's like to work in the real world. They do it so successfully, and so being able to see them do all of those things here and grow over the years is fantastic.
Well, as I mentioned just a little bit ago, we had the opportunity to talk to quite a few of these students throughout this week, and one of the questions that we were asking them were a little bit about any kind of special skills, special talents, hobbies that they may have. And so as we see you later to Ohio State and bring on our next team, we'll go ahead and take a look at what some of those responses were from those students.
So much of what I do is engineering related.
I play the oboe.
I started learning guitar.
I really love anime.
I always loved to read. I like playing video games a lot. I feel like that's pretty common.
I'm a big singer. I was in choir all throughout high school. I play guitar.
I sing and I play violin.
I can juggle okay, but definitely much better at violin than juggling.
I got a really good tiramisu cookie recipe, brown sugar brownie recipe, vanilla roll cake recipe, which is not as sweet as you think.
I used to be a figure skater.
I do like to play table tennis. I like to draw.
I'm very good at falling at very unsuspected times.
I like to cook.
Yeah, big skier.
I'm currently a ski patroller actually in the winter. I really like makeup and like the beauty industry. That's kind of like my little side thing.
I've been on a bit of a flower kick.
Hey there, we're Team Bumblebee from National University of Singapore. Over the year, we've been improving our current systems and also bringing up an entire new vehicle from the ground up. Now, let's hear from the team on what they have been up to.
There are many physical changes from 4.5 to 5. This is how our vehicle has evolved from the previous iteration. This year, the mechanical team's goals for the new vehicle is to achieve relaxed static stability, thermal optimization, and the economics of the new battery changes. In light of thermal issues we face when powering 4.5, we have developed a unique cooling solutions for our internal components to allow for testing even out of water.
We are also proud to announce the development of a new battery hull design through multi-jet fusion that allows us to fabricate complex geometry at low costs. By coating them in Dictor sealant, we managed to achieve water tightness, which ensure our batteries are protected throughout the run.
The electrical team connects our subsystems through an elaborate architecture of power and signals. Our new electrical stack for AUV5 features an increased power delivery while maintaining clean voltage channels and improving thermals for much higher thruster speeds and a new sensor suite. By optimizing both communication and power architectures into a fully integrated stack, we perfected 4.5 backplane system. This brings unprecedented modularity to transplant our electrical stack easily into future vehicles. Additionally, we are deploying our in-house software-defined acoustic modem with integrated pinger localization. With our own housing, it can be easily deployed on both AUVs for IVC.
The software team enables the autonomy of our vehicles. For AUV 4.5, we are bringing back sonar camera perception to improve localization. To accelerate our segmentation pipeline, we also developed the SEM3-aided labeling tool, speeding up dataset creation and model bring-up. For AUV5, we are focusing on multi-vehicle coordination, and we've carried out systematic sensor calibration to ensure higher accuracy and consistency across all onboard measurements. Through pool tests and simulations, we are refining our algorithms and mission planner to achieve robust and reliable performance.
Behind every successful deployment is a strong logistics operations. The business team handles sponsor relations, equipment transport, and finances to ensure our engineers can fully focus on building and completing. Beyond the lab, we're out in the community, showcasing our vehicles at local events to inspire students and the public about the future of robotics.
Until July, the team will further improve our designs while enjoying the process. We can't wait to compete in Robosub 2026. See you at Irvine.
All right, we are back after just a quick break. Just a few moments ago, you saw our next team's team video. It's the National University of Singapore, aka Bumblebee, and you'll see a few shots of Bumblebee just prepping to get in the water here. Ohio State just came off the water a few moments ago, and we've got Bumblebee. It looks like hydrating there. Tough to tell from the side of the pool, but I'm watching them dip water from the pool and hydrate their sub.
It's definitely a first for me that I've seen, so we'll have to ask their team about it. Perhaps they're trying to add some additional weight into their vehicle, but seeing students put water into the vehicle is a little bit different than what we typically see. But as you'll see, we've got a ton of Bumblebee members down there, so they travel in big numbers, affectionately the Beehive. Maybe they're Beyonce fans themselves, but they are now getting their vehicle into the water. You will recognize this vehicle from a few different spaces, and in fact, you might recognize it on the top left of your screen. So this year's themed graphics for all of our competitions are based off of the vehicles of our winning teams from 2025, and Bumblebee is our returning champs from our previous year's competition. So the vehicle that they're putting in the water right now is their AUV 4.5. That has been competing with us for a number of years, and it's signature yellow, easy to see in the water, matches all of their shirts. But they are another team that has two vehicles. They also have AUV 5.0. A big part of why they've got the two vehicles and what they've been doing in the last year is prepping for, as we've mentioned before, Robot X. They're another one of our teams here that's going to be joining us in Singapore in November. Again, a bit of a shorter distance for them to get there, but you'll be seeing them put that first AUV in the water right now.
I'll tell you what, Bumblebee is always easy to spot because as you mentioned, they've always got that yellow. They travel in the Hive, and they are always wearing team gear for sure. As you can see by that shot there, Bumblebee's still getting that sub in the pool, and so while we wait for them to officially get in the water, we'll take a look at how their week has been going so far.
This week has been really hectic. Wow, the competition here is fierce. Bringing 23 students here and managing the entire team, it's a lot of work.
Okay, I thought I would be okay under the sun because Singapore is sunny like all the year round, but California sun is a different level, but I kind of do like it, yeah.
Semi-finals one was, we were off to a rather rough start, but things picked up along the way. We recovered, though it could be better, but we'll see.
I think our team's biggest strength is actually commitment. I think they are very, very commitment in their work. They took a lot of pride to their work. They make sure that everything goes really well, and even if there are differences in opinions and stuff, we'll try their best to come out so that everything works really well together. Waiting for a comeback.
It is always cool to see just an inside glimpse at how a team has been working through the week, overcoming some challenges. I know we'll talk about this a bunch, but it is not easy to travel from Singapore to California with a couple of robots and perform as well as they do. Fortunately for them, maybe it's the Hive mentality, they got a bunch of team members to help them troubleshoot. It's always fun to see them on the water.
And we've got one of the team members right now is getting their second vehicle ready in the water. We see their first vehicle, AUV 4.5, has made its way through the gate. So again, they're going to be working on that inter-vehicle communication as well as attempting as many tasks with both vehicles as possible. Now, I will say, to give you guys a heads up, I know we've seen some red dots in the top corner of our screen for a while on this stream, but I know for a fact that Bumblebee has been able to successfully do that secondary portion of the recon tasks where they are able to interact with magnetic detectors. So keep an eye on seeing if those two dots turn green. But we are about to welcome our student over here to join us, and they'll be able to tell you a little bit more about the journey that they've been having, the decisions they're making, the choices they've had on the team, and just the different roles. Having a team as large as they do and the way that they're able to participate, they are a unique set set of people. I loved being able to go visit them in Singapore. I had the opportunity to do that a couple months ago, and it's super special because unlike a lot of universities, like they are the hive on campus. They've got some cool murals and things across their campus that bear the bumblebee imagery. So it's fun to hear from them, and we love to hear what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. We are excited to be visiting them here very soon. Before they get their run started, for those of us who are those folks who are just joining us, just a reminder: we had 58 teams for Robosub this year. 11 of those teams were new, brand new, and we have 9 different countries represented. And so we got that Team Bumblebee coming out on the water here shortly from Singapore, and we got Robotics coming up here soon, which I know we've talked quite a bit about, but just a really neat experience for these students yet to come. So in just a moment, we'll have that student joining us from Team Bumblebee as we get them in the water, and we'll be back with you just in just a sec.
So as we welcome a team member over here to talk a little bit about what's going on, we'll watch the team as they continue on the course.
Thank you so much for joining us today. We're just starting to see your team starting their run. Can you tell us what your name is and what your title is, what your role is with Bumblebee?
Hi everyone, so I'm very happy to be here. It's a really nice sunny day. I'm Kenshin. I am currently part of the electrical team, but in the next semester I'll be the business lead for Team Bumblebee. Yeah.
That is exciting. What does it mean? What is ahead of you as the future business lead? What does that mean?
Well, as a business lead, what we mainly do is we make sure that the team gets what they need in terms of the resources. So for example, we manage sponsorships, we talk to interested parties, we help organize lab visits, and all the other extra administrative work that goes into running our team.
It seems like I think every team has a ton of administrative work, and we don't focus on that side of things nearly as much as we should. Bumblebee has a unique amount of administrative work because you travel with so many team members. How many folks do you have with you here, and what are some of those challenges when it comes to traveling with that many people?
So this year we had about 23 people, not too far off from last year. Probably the biggest challenge of traveling with such a large group is coordination. You have so many people, so much things to bring, logistics, not to mention settling housing, and if some of our members have, for example, allergies, we need to account for the food. It's been quite the challenge, but I think Bumblebee has this legacy that we can build off from previous competitions, what we learned back then, and we can bring those lessons forward today.
Yeah, absolutely. How has this week been for your team?
It's been hot. It's been really hot, but we are enjoying it. It's been quite tough. A lot of the nights we've had to stay up until 1 a.m., 2 a.m. trying to debug our vehicles. But overall, we're having a very fun time this time in Robosub.
That's amazing. I know we've seen one of your vehicles has been with us for many years, but do you guys, your second vehicle, is that a new vehicle that you brought on site for the first time this year?
Yes, that is the AUV 5.0. I think last year you guys brought over the mini AUV. So that was the first taste of 2 vehicle operations that we tried to implement. And having learned from that experiment, we decided to grow that, build a new AUV with a more comprehensive set of abilities.
We've talked a little bit about this already, but what are some of the challenges that come with having 2 different bots in the water?
Well, aside from the technology aspect, where you have 2 vehicles that needs to navigate in the same course at the same time, so software has to do their own kind of pathfinding, own kind of method to resolve those kind of conflicts. Logistically and operationally, you essentially have 2 separate mini teams. So that's 2 wheelmen, 2 launchers, 2 timers. We have to double up on our operations, which sort of justifies the number of people we're bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. I see that. All hands on deck.
Definitely.
I see your vehicle's over there by the torpedo task right now.
Right.
But what have been some of the tasks that you guys have found the most difficult to attempt this year?
Well, this year has been an interesting one. Last year, one of the bigger challenges we had was the slalom. This year, it's actually the octagon. So we've upgraded our grabber arm. Right now, you can see our grabber arm changed quite a bit. We installed a new camera in there, so you can actually have better detection of lifting objects. In terms of the reliability of that, we've tried to make it improve. And in that dev process, of course, there were some challenges, but that comes with all sorts of dev.
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys are such a tight-knit group. I was mentioning earlier, I had the privilege of visiting the Bumblebee Lab earlier this year, and it was such a privilege to see you guys there. And I know, you're even next to an industry partner that actually stemmed out of the Bumblebee team.
That's right.
So can you share a little bit about that? What it's like to have industry come out of your team?
I think it's really inspiring. A lot of engineering teams seek to branch student engineering with professional engineering, right? A lot of the people in our engineering team seek to get better internships out of their experiences, learn more, try to see what it's like before and preparing themselves before they become a real engineer, right? So I think having those industry connections, having that legacy of successful engineering students come out, joining big companies or even starting their own, it really fills us with this determination and that kind of spirit of, yes, we should continue the kind of engineering excellence that we're pursuing here in Bumblebee, and also being able to rely on those kinds of alumni, those people who have those experiences, bringing it back to the team every now and then. They pop by, say hi, we share some meals together, and yes, that's the kind of environment that I feel that we try to foster very hard in our team, and that's why we're so close-knit.
Yeah, what was it about being part of the Bumblebee team that attracted you initially? Why'd you want to join?
Well, surprisingly, I've had never done robotics before Bumblebee. So I was starting from ground zero. And in 6 months, they basically taught me everything I need, and I was able to build my first PCB, a very daunting task for someone with no experience in the background.
Absolutely.
But because of the mentorship, the caringness of our seniors, and the documentation they provide, engineers, I was able to succeed where I think I might not have been able to do so on my own. So I think Bumblebee's really unique selling point is that it's a launch pad. If you want to become a good engineer, you want to learn more about robotics technology, you have an interest in the specific niche of maritime robotics, please join Bumblebee.
Yeah, absolutely. For you personally, how are you utilizing this as a launch pad? What do you think is next for you? Where do you see yourself in 10 years?
Well, hopefully, I do see myself as probably starting my own company or learning more about robotics, trying to advance that, maybe do a master's. The sky's the limit. Whenever you join Bumblebee, we really give you the opportunity to explore what you're interested in. And every Bumblebee experience, I would say, is very deeply personalized that way. We will give you the freedom to explore, to see what you want to put into our vehicles, see how that matches the tasks, the challenges that we have in our competitions, and we try to fit you in.
I love hearing that. I think it's, we mentioned it before on the stream, but it is such a unique experience being a part of a team for our RoboNation competitions. It's not just about the technology, and you're experiencing that firsthand of like you said, finding sponsors, building relationships, learning those soft skills. You're creating a mini business yourself. And like you mentioned, branching that side of industry and student technology. But I love seeing the students here from Bumblebee. And you've got the classic shirt. I have no control, but it's okay. And so we've seen that over the years, and I think it is such a special thing that that ethos has been such a through line for the generations of Bumblebees that have come through National University of Singapore. I know you guys are one of our teams that are going to be competing at Robot X this November, and what is it like to be having that competition return back to where it first started in 2014 in Singapore and be welcoming that nearby to you?
It's extremely daunting because it's in our home turf. There's this additional expectation that we should succeed because it's our home place, right? And so there has been additional pressure through that. But it's also been quite exciting for us because it gives us the opportunity to show our fellow teams here what Singapore has to offer. We're excited to host some lab visits if they are interested. And yeah, if you are, please reach out to us. But yes, we're very excited, I think. It's a bit of pressure, a bit of anxiety, but also, at the same time, we're very happy to host Robot X this year.
For the team members who have never been to Singapore before and they're excited to go to Robot X in November, what is a can't miss? What do people have to do when they come to visit Singapore?
Please go to a hawker center. Eat some food there. You can pick most of the hawker centers. They'll give you something great. If you want a more authentic experience, you can go outside of the city, go to the more neighborhood areas. They give you a better deal on the food and probably better flavor.
I'm looking for flavor and I'm looking for a better deal on the fees. That is a pretty good tip. Hopefully some of those team members are tuning in. You see, just a moment ago, Alicia was talking about those yellow shirts that you guys have. And you could see the team down by the pool taking a look at the robot coming up through the octagon. It's been fun just in the last few moments. You guys started on the opposite side of the pool, and then I see just this hive of bees swarming around the outside of the pool and coming over to this octagon challenge here. And so, speaking of those yellow T-shirts, how do I get my hands on a Bumblebee T-shirt?
Well, just stop by our lab.
Okay.
We'll probably give some. Or you can come say hi during Robot X. We'll have a booth there. We'll be giving out shirts, little freebies, maybe some exclusive merchandise. So yeah, again, very excited for Robot X. Please come by.
That is good to know. I love all of the different team uniforms and T-shirts and apparel. I am partial to this Bumblebee look though.
And we see the AUV 5.0, it looks like it's making its way over to the bins right now. So again, we've got two vehicles in the water, so we can't always capture them both at the same time. But we've got one that's in the octagon, the second one going over the bins. So is that vehicle going to attempt the recon task right now, do you think?
Yes, that's right. So right now you see AUV 5.0 doing the bins. Simultaneously, AUV 4.5 is attempting the octagon. Now, something interesting about what we did this year is we have an inter-vehicle communication system, and that's done via a custom acoustic modem that our students specially made for this competition. So what you'll see is after the AUV 5.0 completes a task, it'll flash lights on its telemetry screen, and you'll see responding lights on the AV 4.5. So you should probably see flashing of green on the AV 5.0 when it sends a message, receiving on the 4.5, you see green again, and then successful sending, you should see 5.0 blink blue.
Now, we love to see it, and it's always fun to watch as the students, the anticipation is building. We'll be able to even better tell how successful you guys were able to complete the tasks. But you guys have been doing an amazing job all week of having that inter-vehicle communication.
Thank you so much.
And it's such an important task that industry is relying more heavily on as we continue, and technology really takes such a big role in safety and maritime technology around the world. And I think Singapore is such a great example of a country that relies on maritime technology, being so surrounded by water itself. What got you interested in maritime technology for you?
Well, I think that ever since I was young, I've always had an affinity for the water. I had swimming lessons probably when I was 10. I joined the National Cadet Corps, just like Jay Rotsey here, but that's for the Navy. And I did a lot of sailing as well in my spare time. So I think I've always liked everything maritime. And seeing how robotics and maritime industry, those two different areas can combine together to create something so special, just really excited me. And I hope that really excites other people, other students coming to NUS.
We'd love to hear that. What is the process for a university to kind of recruit students, your club recruiting students into Bumblebee?
Right, so our recruiting process might differ compared to other clubs in Singapore. So what we have is, we have a year-long program called Hornet, and we were able to secure that as an actual module that you can take, so you can actually get recognized by the university for taking that module. And in that program, you will build your own AUV from the ground up. So by the end of the program, you'll be able to create a submersible vehicle that can move around autonomously using the resources, the tools, the knowledge that we provide, the training. And you will also be able to hopefully join a competition in Singapore using that vehicle. So it's a very comprehensive program. We have a lot of good reviews from it. And if you're still interested in sticking on, we're welcoming you in Bumblebee.
I love it. So shout out to all the Hornets back home that are watching and looking forward to potentially joining Bumblebee in their later years at National University of Singapore. Can you give us a little bit of a description of how the team goes about deciding what tasks to attempt and adjusting to the challenges that they may face as they work on those tasks?
Well, it's all about point optimization. What can we get away with the limited time that we have, right? And now that we have 2 vehicles, that can definitely be a problem, but also a boom, depending on how you look at it. So right now, we have our 4.5, and it's attempting the gate, the octagon, and the torpedo tasks, while the AUV 5.0 is attempting the bins, the gate, of course, the slalom, and it's going to do, hopefully, a little show for you at the end with some rolls.
We love seeing it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you've got, give or take, I would say about 3 or so minutes left in the water as a team. Yep. And so I just want to thank you for spending a little bit of time. I know this is a very important moment for you guys. You want to be together. You just talked about that camaraderie and what it's like to be part of this community. So we want to let you go ahead back down there with the team so you guys can celebrate what looks like a very positive run. But thank you so much for spending time with us.
Thank you so much.
Awesome.
It was a pleasure talking to you guys.
Thank you. I'll take that microphone back. We'll talk to you soon.
See you.
Well, while Kenshin heads back to be with his team, as you can see on the camera up there, we've got a lot of Bumblebee members that are watching in anticipation as their 2 vehicles attempt those tasks there. I want to give a special shout out. You'll see, even one of the diver cams right there to our dive support that makes our eyes underwater possible as we go through this competition. Obviously water displaces the imagery a little bit, and so it's we've got judges above the water that are trying their hardest, but we really oftentimes heavily rely both on our judges, our scuba divers underwater, as well as to shout out our sponsor, Naval Information Warfare Center Pacific, for helping provide these underwater cameras that we have that give us this view to be able to see what's going on. It's not only special for us, so we know what's going on, it's not only special for our judges, so we can review footage, but it's integral for our students. And so one of the things that we've been doing over the last few years at RoboNation is it's called data sharing. So we are able to provide content like this video footage. Some of our students provide the data that they collect throughout the week, and we share it with one another. I mean, it's a competition, we all want to win. But at the same time, these students want to see each other do as best as they can as well. And so they're working with each other's teams, they're providing that data, they're also going and helping the teams with tools or assisting them with questions that maybe those teams are having struggles with. And so Bumblebee is a great example of that as one of those teams that's been here over the years and has a little bit more seniority that is really assisting and making sure it's possible for all of our new teams, our 11 new teams, to have as good of an experience as they can.
And Alicia, I do want to mention, you have mentioned a couple of times that we are looking at those red dots turning to green. We suspected that Bumblebee might be able to do that. For the folks who are just tuning in, what does that mean when we see those dots turning green?
And so part of our recon task number 3, it adds additional points if our students are able to interact with 2 magnetic detectors in the pipeline. And so as you can see, we mentioned it earlier, we've got some crystal clear water here on site in Irvine, but when we go to Robot X in Singapore, it's going to be pretty murky. And in the real world, water is not always this clear. And so being able to detect and interact with different objects in the real world helps us understand where we are along the way. So this is a big deal for us to have a team be able to successfully shift these magnetic detectors from that red light into the green light. So we're really excited to see that. We've been really working to up the ante on our technology here as well for the courses and really increase the challenge. I mean, I think one of the exciting things about technology is it's constantly evolving, Andrew. And I think, we see that every year with our students and the new vehicles they have, whether it's because of a design cycle that they're going through or they're just really trying to make their vehicles as good as possible, like they were talking about with the grabber on AUV 5.0. We're trying to constantly evolve the courses we have here, and this is a great example of it.
It truly is. And with that, the Bumblebee run has just ended. Their team members are clapping. They're a little bit more stoic, I would say, than some of the other teams. Not a bad thing. I think that they just have high expectations when they come to a competition like this. I think there's time for them to celebrate. We see them celebrating certainly. I think after the award ceremony.
Yes, yeah, they are known to do push-ups during successful moments for themselves. So it is fun to watch all the different styles of international celebration that each of our teams have here. But of course, you're able to tell somewhat how your vehicle is doing on the water water, but there's still a lot of deliberation that occurs. A question we often get asked from the public is, do you guys have live scoring? And it's something that we may consider in the future, but one of the really important things for us is to be able to accurately score each of the elements our students are doing as much as possible. So again, that relies on each of our judges that are watching poolside, as well as our divers underwater and going back and reviewing footage. So they have a general idea of how well they did. They understand how the point structure works, but it will require some deliberation from our judges to ensure that we captured everything as accurately as possible. But we've heard some cheers. We know they're happy overall, and we're excited to welcome our next team on.
Absolutely. Well, with that, we've got 3 teams finished with their finals runs. We've got 4 teams left to go. Arizona State is going to be coming up next, and as we watch Bumblebee come off the water, and as Arizona State prepares to go onto the water, we're going to take a quick break here, and we will be back with you shortly. right, we are back, and we now have Arizona State in the water competing for their session, and in just a few moments we'll be hearing from one of their students who can tell us a little bit more about how their week has been going. But this is a team that always has historically done fairly well at Robosub.
Absolutely, yeah. They began their success in 2019 when they came third place in the competition, and they've been just a great fixture here at Robosub ever since. And they've got 2 vehicles as well. Again, a common theme we've got going here at the finals with multiple vehicles. They're working on Dragon right now at the pool side. We'll hear a little bit more from their students about this new second vehicle that they've got going on. But yeah, so they've started their run officially. They're getting Dragon back and ready to get it going through the gate.
I'll tell you what, I am surprised, maybe I shouldn't be, but I'm surprised, excuse me, by the number of 2, this is another team with two robots in the water.
Absolutely, so we're seeing the advantages of having 2 vehicles, increasing the number of points. One of the things that it can help with is the weight challenge as well. Actually, weight plays an impact into the team's scores here as well. So we've got a number of teams, about 14 teams I believe, that have 2 vehicles here this year at Robosub. So it's a historic high for us. It's something that we've seen over the years, more and more students attempt and increase. So Arizona State has previously had 2 vehicles, so this is not the first time, but I believe their second vehicle is a new one this year. Now, Arizona State is known for having some cheeky language that they use for turning their vehicles off. So their main vehicle is called Dragon. Their previous secondary vehicle was Baby Dragon last year, and when we would want to stop the vehicle, they would say "Slay the Dragon." So they're known for creating some fun and excitement down on the pool side.
Slay it. I love it. Well, like I said, in just a moment, we're going to be hearing from a team member, Natalie. But before we do, let's take a look at how Arizona State's week has been so far.
More than 50% of our team are new students. 6 of them are new. A lot of it is like friends from classes coming in, so we got a bunch of different grade levels.
I learned about our team that we had in one of my classes actually. My TA was like, hey, I'm a part of this all-women's robotics team. And I was like, that sounds cool. They said you learn a lot at Robosub about like everything, and I have. I have been learning a lot.
I think things are going really well. We actually had our first semifinal run today, and we did exactly what we wanted to, and we only had to do 1 run, and then the rest of the time we got to do practice. Being majority new students, I am incredibly proud of this team, how well they have been able to lock down all their jobs and make all the runs so smooth.
All right, and as I said, we are back with Natalie. Thank you so much for you're leaving your team down poolside to come up and spend a little time with us, which means a lot to us. So thank you for being here.
Of course, nowhere else I'd rather be.
Oh, that means a lot. We'll see how you're feeling after I ask you all these hard-hitting questions
of course.
About the team. Tell me a little bit about how your week has been going so far for Team Desert Wave.
Yeah, it's been going great. I will say the one thing we are not used to is the weather. You know, back home it's 120 Fahrenheit, dry heat, and here it's the complete opposite. So that's one adjustment we have made. Robot-wise, we're doing amazing. You know, we are finally able to capture the images, be here, interact with other teams has been fantastic. Being able to assist those other teams as well as like honing our skills.
Absolutely. As we mentioned earlier, yours is a team that has always historically done fairly well in this competition. What were some of the challenges or the tasks, I should say, that were maybe a little bit more challenging for you guys this year?
Honestly, pool testing was a bit tougher because we had a hydrophone array, and because of the curves and reflections within the pool, it made it Arizona pools aren't as big as this, and it's really hard to find one as big as this. And not only that, but willing to have a $50,000 robot in the water is an extra struggle. So like just being able to kind of see real-time environment versus simulated environments at home was a change that we had to adjust to.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just going to say, I had no idea that your robot was worth $50,000.
Yes.
Is it a little nerve-wracking every single time you put that into water? I'd be so scared to be dropping an expensive robot into a pool.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer that. I would just be so nervous. But Alicia, I think you were
Yeah, no, I was going to say you raise a great point. Finding pools being able to locate spaces to be able to test. It's not only something that our Robosub students experience, we have that at Roboboat as well as our Sea Perch competition. Getting a vehicle into the water can sometimes be a really big challenge. We actually heard from some local industry members this week that also use this pool to test their autonomous underwater vehicles. And so it is a great spot. We are in a perfect spot here in Irvine to be able to get these vehicles in the water. What are some of the kind of additional challenges you guys face throughout the year in order to prepare for a competition like this?
Yeah, so a fun fact, this AUV was built in 2020. None of the members who helped build the AUV are part of the team anymore. Additionally, we had some documentation struggles because it was built in 2020. So it's just learning about the AUV, talking to our mentors, just learning as much as we could was one of those struggles. Additionally, we have 11 members and 6 of the members are new students, but they are so amazing and they just jumped in, did everything they could. By the end of this week, you couldn't tell that they are new members because they just fit in so perfectly. So we're really excited about that and just continuing to spread the mission of encouraging women to go into STEM.
And we love hearing that. You guys are one of our all-female teams that we have here at Robosub. We've got a couple of you guys. And it's fun to see the camaraderie that you built. As a more senior member on the team, what is it like really encouraging these young female students to be a part of this team?
So, Alicia called us out yesterday during the team time because on Wednesdays we wear pink. And we were in the brightest pink shirts ever. And we had actually paired up with Texas A&M because they were also planning on wearing pink. So we were able to take a group photo. Additionally, one of our mentors was sharing a story about a young girl who was passing by to the other pools in this area and how excited she was to see us as adults wearing pink. So it's just a great motivation, and with our foundation we host anywhere from middle school to collegiate, so it's been inspiring to see that some of our high school students have decided to transition into the collegiate program because of the work we've done within the group.
I love that, and I love the way that you're able to help motivate your team. I think you're such a great positive influence on our team members here. It's actually a fun fact I'll share is that last year we had a book written about Robosub. An educator out there that had seen a team in the wild wanted to write a book about young girls getting into STEM, and so she wrote a story called Imposter about female students getting involved in programs like Robosub. And so if you're ever looking for a new read, you should check out Imposter by Kate Levin. But yeah, it's fun to see the all-female team and see all of you guys work so hard, and the new team members. Alongside the new team members, I was reading through your technical design report, and it seems like you guys also have a new secondary vehicle. So what's that been like, bringing that into the competition?
Yes. So due to the time constraints this year, we weren't able to finish it. However, we're actually planning on building 2 new AUVs for the next season. Fantastic. So we'll be coming in with 2 new AUVs who are a little bit different from Mama and Baby Dragon. We're kind of saying it's like Mama's other offspring because they're going to be bigger and more capable. So these robots hopefully will be doing parallel play instead of being a heterogeneous swarm like we see here.
Oh, that's fantastic. So we've got Baby Dragon back on site with that. So, oh my gosh, we love it. And so, like we were saying with the cheeky language, we love Mama and Baby Dragon.
Have Baby Dragon back.
Having that relationship.
Yes, actually, her game plan is she's copying Mama for this game. So everything that Mama Dragon does, Baby Dragon is in the corner showing her ability to do the same. So she simulates being able to go into torpedoes coming back, and then at the end there's style points and they both spin around together.
We love that. We love a little dance, some underwater donuts,
yes.
I suppose we could say. I know we've got the team right now working on the vehicle pool side. What has it been like this week? What have been some of the more specific challenges you guys have faced mechanically or hardware engineering wise?
Yeah, so we did face a pneumatic leak. Because we are a team of all female students, we were able to clear it out as best as we could, and the best possible option to keep any more water from kind of condensing was a panty liner. So we really had to utilize our resources in order to get things done, and it worked very well. But that was one of the issues. Other than that, it's just like making sure that our programmers get rest, because they had spent long nights coding. Red Bull was had, Starbucks was had, so it's just making sure that all of our team members are just doing the best they can and knowing that we're here to support them.
Absolutely. I think caffeine is the unofficial sponsor of all Robo Nation competitions for sure. And I love the ingenious solutions you guys are able to come up with, sort of MacGyvering your way through the competition. I think that's oftentimes the most fun is when you don't have the vast number of resources. I know you're talking about the price of a lot of the technology, but sometimes it comes into clutch where you're able to come up with those unique and innovative solutions when you don't have a lot of options out there. So I love hearing that.
As Alicia mentioned just a few moments ago, it looks like your team is spending a little bit of time working on your robots. Can you kind of walk us through what they might be doing? I know it's tough to tell from here, but what are you seeing from up here?
They might be adjusting some of the pneumatics just to ensure that there's a correct pressure in there from what I can see. I'm not entirely sure, unfortunately, so I'm so sorry for that.
That's totally fine.
Yeah, I think they're just ensuring that everything is looking good so they can operate as smoothly as possible.
Absolutely. I know you guys mentioned earlier, having a lot of new team members. It's been a lot to encouragement from your advisors. What is it like having some advisors that really love getting involved with the team?
It's been the best thing ever because they've told us, like, we are here as your resources. Please use us. We're here to help you, set you up for success. And they've been really motivating throughout this time. So it's just been a great time, especially with Freddie, who has been part of underwater competitions for so long, to where even the founders of Blue Robotics were like, oh yeah, we know Freddie. That's been kind of amazing to hear. Last year we had a situation where Freddie had brought just a string of O-ring material, and he's like, well, because back in my day we didn't have the full O-rings, we made them ourselves. And we're like, we don't need that, why did you bring that? It so happened that another team needed it and they were able to use it because we had prepared then. So it's just great to have the available resources of just a little bit of everything in terms of engineering wise to help us really truly succeed.
Yeah, that expert advice from those who have been in those situations before, of to fail to prepare is to prepare to fail, and you guys have definitely set yourself up for success here over the years. And again, we've talked about it earlier in the stream, but the collaborative environment that we have here at Robosub and supporting one another in every aspect of the competition, both with your data, sometimes with the equipment and the extra supplies that you guys have. There's never enough supplies, I'm sure, that you can bring. It's always good to have extras.
I don't know the exact team, I'm so sorry, but I would like to shout out the team who let us borrow some super glue this morning. We really appreciate it, so thank you.
Speaking of super glue, what is the I always think of duct tape, right? What is the thing? You're never really sure what you're going to use it for, how you're going to use it. Are you stocking a bunch of super glue? Are you stocking a bunch of other materials? What helps you to become a MacGyver out there?
Honestly, towels. You wouldn't think about it, but you can use towels for so many different things. You can use it for covering the robots, to protect your sensors. You can use it for laying on, so you're not laying on the hot concrete here in Irvine, or just wiping her off. So it's almost like it comes in use almost every situation where you really wouldn't think a thing as simple as a towel would come in handy.
You can never have too many towels.
No.
You gotta, especially, that should just...
It's a poolside classic that we got going on here, yeah. No, it looks like we're getting the vehicle back oriented in the water, so it looks like we're going to go through the gate once more. What have been the hardest tasks for your team to attempt this year on the courses?
I think currently it's been the bins, just because they're a different positioning. We enjoy the challenge, so it's really fun to kind of see what Dragon will do. But we've also just been working on the octagon and hoping to perfect it a bit more. If you guys like, I could take you through a walkthrough of what Dragon's planning to do.
Absolutely, we'd love it.
So she's doing the search and rescue task. She's going through the gate. Now she's going to be navigating the slaloms on the red side. I'll go step by step so I'm not overwhelming you guys, but...
No, we love hearing it, and it's a challenge, I know, for a lot of the vehicles to be able to do this particular course, and it's sensing the different color poles that you see there underwater. We've got white poles and red poles, and so she's looking at that and making sure she's going in the correct direction.
Yes, correct. And then afterwards, she will go do the bins task, and she will aim to shoot in the blood icons, and then after that is where we have random pinger. So depending on where the pinger is placed, it can go to the octagon first or the torpedoes first. If it's torpedoes, it will shoot in the ambulance and then in the blood. If it's octagon, she will surface facing the SOS sign coming back down, and she'll do both tasks. It just depends on which order she originally does it in. And then towards the end, right before she gets to the gate, she's going to complete style points with Baby Dragon, where they do the spinning rotation I had mentioned, and then she'll go home past the gate.
That's fantastic. Are you guys going to be attempting the magnetic detectors, or is that something you're looking to do maybe in future
Yes,
years?
that is a future plan. But we were kind of doing a little bit of testing during our practice runs, just seeing like how close you would have to get to the sensor in order to activate it. But we're hoping to achieve it in the future.
Absolutely. I think it's, and we've talked about it before, but consistently increasing the level of challenge that we have here on site. And so it's great for our teams that are coming back year after year to work on different tasks that they may not attempt in a given year, but hope to in the future.
Awesome. It looks like we've got about 3 minutes left for your run, and so we want to make sure that we're giving you plenty of time to be with your team during this time too. So I just want to thank you for spending some time with us today, and we're going to let you go, head down toward the pool, and be a part of this kind of final few minutes with your team. But,
thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Natalie, for spending some time with us.
Of course.
Awesome.
Good
Thanks.
luck, guys.
Thank you, guys. Please tell Abby I say hi.
Thank you. I will. All right, we see Mama Dragon over there. She's just completed the bins task, it looks like. She's now making her way. We've got some claps. Sounds like some good news at the bins. And we want to give a big thank you to Natalie for walking through the order of events that they're anticipating.
Super helpful. Yeah.
Very, very helpful.
It can be very difficult from our vantage point to see exactly kind of the step-by-step of what the vehicles are trying to achieve. And so just having a team member be able to walk us through exactly, okay, well, this is what we know is going to happen next.
And
would be helpful.
It's a good reminder just of how incredibly adept our judges are poolside. You'll see some of them throughout the stream in some of the blue shirts that we've got here on site, at just really keeping an eye out for what the vehicles have been able to accomplish. All of our judges are industry experts. Many of them come from both the civilian and the military side of the Navy. And so it's great to have those guys back, but we have a number of other industry experts and educators that join us, as Andrew mentioned earlier, from all over the world to help make this possible and to help judge us as accurately as possible. So a big shout out to those guys for the attentive focus that they're having. We see a couple of them watching as Mama Dragon heads over to the torpedo task.
I love that Baby Dragon follows Mama Dragon around and watches, learns from Mama Dragon, and then they celebrate together at the end of the run. It's beautiful.
Exactly. We all got to grow up somehow, and our parents oftentimes the best examples for us, and I guess it's like that in the robot world as well, personifying our bots a little bit. And you'll see a lot of our students have some really fun names, both those that are here on site for finals, but also a lot of our teams that have been competing throughout the week have some great names, some great websites, some fun branding behind all of their vehicles and their stories and their journeys. So make sure you check out our website, check out our social media, just to learn about all of our teams that have been here. Like we mentioned earlier, we've got 58 of them. 11 of them are brand new. And so it's a great opportunity to learn what is the future looking like. I mean, this is the next generation workforce.
Absolutely. We hope we have even more next year, right? 11 brand new this year. We hope that even more universities, more teams, more high schools. Incredible to see some of our high school students come out and compete here at the competition. So hopefully more and more people learn about the power of Robosub and all things RoboNation.
You're totally correct, Andrew. And I think one of the really cool things, actually, Robosub was one of the first robotics competitions like this to really have high school and university teams competing alongside one another. We're looking over on the water side at Mama Dragon as she's getting rescued from the diver after working on that torpedo task. But a number of years ago, very early in the competition, this is 29 years of Robosub that we've had. We actually had a high school from here in California that asked if they could compete, and we'll admit, our team thought is that even possible? Will the high school team be able to do it? They sent us their technical design reports. They came on site and they just blew us out of the water. And so we're constantly amazed at the talent and skill that high school teams over the last few decades have had here at competitions like Robosub. We even have teams that are kind of a mixture that have university students, postgraduate students, middle school and high school students. So there's a little bit of everything at Robosub, and it's such a great environment for those younger students to learn from the universities that they may one day attend.
Well, Arizona State is officially heading out of the pool now. Their run has just finished. We're going to take a look at another one of the team members from Arizona State who we caught up with earlier this year. And then we'll also take a look at some of the other team members from other teams here at Robosub in 2026. And we'll be back with you shortly.
That's her wave. It's like sisterhood. Like, I feel so comfortable. That's the key. Like, I feel like I can be myself. I feel like if I do something wrong, they're gonna find a way to tell me without being hurtful or like, you know, like constructive criticism. Engineering is a very male-dominated field, so it's very easy to feel like oppressed in that environment. Sometimes you're not taken seriously because just a simple fact you're a girl. You can be strong, but it gets to a point where like there's so much you can like tolerate, because sometimes the sad part is there's nothing really you can do. Like, you just have to like learn how to deal with it. So it's good to have someone that, oh my God, I went through this today, and they're gonna be like, I understand. Like, it's just, I love it.
When I was really young, the piano was a bit of a chore. And then in high school, something really changed, and I suddenly realized that it's more than just a hobby, it's more like a part of me, and something that just makes me feel more whole. If you're playing classical music, Mozart is your boss. You have to follow what he does. But if you're playing jazz piano, you have a lot more freedom. Part of being a jazz musician is being comfortable with uncertainty. You're not 100% sure it's gonna sound good. You're not 100% sure what somebody else is gonna improvise, but you adapt to it. The ability to adapt to a situation, that has helped me a lot in engineering too. I am the captain of the Robosub team within the Marine Robotics group. I am very specialized in mechanical engineering. It's a very nerve-wracking experience the first time you set this up in the water, or the first time you turn on autonomy and remove the tether. Being able to channel creativity has been a skill that jazz has helped me to learn, and that really expresses itself when I'm designing mechanical parts. Very few other people get to say that they swim with the robot on a weekly basis. I do strongly believe that what we do is very interesting, groundbreaking, and super cool.
When you're like deadlifting like almost 300 pounds, like you don't expect to be in a super relaxed mode, but like for me it kind of turns off all the numbers, all the calculations that are going on in my brain for the first time in a long time.
Okay, my name is Emily Coelho, and I am part of Team Unsinkable, which is an AMRA group through Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
A lot of the logos, a lot of the drawings that come from us, that's actually me. I started on the team not as an engineer, but as the business lead, or the chief of staff, as we call it here. Now to be a president of that club is pretty crazy, because I was like, I don't know anything about engineering. And here I am, and I kind of think I know a little bit about everything on the sub. Right here, we have Hammerhead. This is our second iteration of the Robosub competition submarine. It's an extremely impressive design due to not only how much time and effort we put into it, but just the sheer size of this competition sub.
Though we are a 7-year team, we're more like a 3-year team. There wasn't a recruitment period during COVID, so we had a very large gap between conversion of knowledge. We really are starting from bottom of the ground and building back up.
My dad was a competitive powerlifter in New York State. He was always in my corner for everything. After I got into wrestling, he was like, you're gonna have to get stronger somehow. I was one of the few girls on my wrestling team in high school. And by my senior year, I had been 4 years, and I was given the privilege of being one of the team captains. My coach was always saying that they're never gonna respect you because they see you as a girl, that you need to make them fear you. I was told by a male professor that if everything was pink, then you're not going to get a job in the boy engineering world. And I submitted my resume to the government. It was half pink, half white, and it was very pretty, and I got the DoD Smart Scholarship. So I really like to push that into people's face, that I could be as girly as possible, and I'm still going to get into the boy engineering field without any problems.
I'm kind of an extreme optimist. I try to keep everybody as upbeat as possible, no matter how bad the situation is.
It's all cool to be an engineer, but to have friends just hang out with you and be with you through everything is 20 times cooler than me. It's rewarding. It's insanely rewarding at the end of the day.
Hi, I'm Yasmin, the team captain of ITU AUV team. We're a multidisciplinary team of combining electronics, mechanical, software and business operations sub-teams to build fully autonomous underwater vehicles. Our sub-teams each play a key role, from AI-based vision systems to hydrodynamic design and robust hardware integration.
Hello, I am Rosa, Electronics Sub-Team Lead. We design our own boards, develop firmware and build modular system for both vehicles. Before anything meets the water, we test every signal on our own bench. With acoustics, our vehicle can listen, locate and communicate underwater. We turn boards, code and sound into a system, ready to dive.
Hi, I am Taner. In our team, ideas don't stay on paper. We turn them into real working system. We design for the underwater world, where pressure, drag and stability decide everything. From the frame to grippers, from buoyancy to sealing, every detail matters. We build, break, redesign and build again. Because if it doesn't survive the pool, it won't survive the mission. And when everything finally works together, that's when mechanics becomes invisible and performance speaks.
Hi, I'm Faruk Mimarlar. I'm the software captain of the ITU AUV team. I lead the development of our vehicle software systems. These systems enable it to perceive its surroundings, make decisions, The system uses computer vision and object detection to recognize its mission elements. Mission planning algorithms handle decision-making during tasks. Everything is tested in both simulation and in real life.
Yasmin again. While other sub-teams build the vehicle, we handle partnerships, social media, budgeting and logistics. From securing funding to managing international competitions, we basically keep the whole team afloat, literally and financially. Robosub 2026, we are here to make sure the team is not just ready, but unstoppable.
All right, you just saw the team video for Istanbul Technical University, our next team out on the water, aka ITU. As you know, in a few minutes we're going to be hearing from one of their students, but in the meantime it looks like their subs are not quite in the water yet. Thought we'd take a minute just to talk a little bit about these finals, zoom out a little bit. We had 5 teams initially qualify for finals yesterday, and then a couple of wild card slots. Alicia, how does that work?
Yeah, it's a great question. So throughout the week of the competition, our students are attempting to qualify for semifinals round. In fact, some of our teams are actually qualifying before they even get on site with some pre-qualifications. But that's the big, next step to get in the competition is the semifinals. Once they're there, they're starting to get scored, and the highest scored teams will then make it to our finals competition. So we'll see where that natural break is of the skill level and the number of points that our teams have, and that will determine how many finalists we take from the initial batch of semifinals and how many teams we give what we call third chance. So third chance is really our team's last opportunity. Get in the water, get as many points as you can, and if they meet a certain threshold, we'll typically reserve a couple of wild card slots. So we have 2 of those teams competing with us later, but ITU, Istanbul Technical University, is our final team to be a part of that initial wave of finalists competing today.
But anything could happen.
Anything can happen on that third chance day. So we've got 2 more teams coming down later. So we've got McGill coming up later, and then IT Bombay. So again, we've got a number of teams. We'll have 7 finalists total this year in the competition. We kicked it off with Nanyang Technological University. Went with our Ohio friends. Then hit back to Singapore with National University of Singapore. We've had our Arizona State University friends, and then now we've got Istanbul Technical University.
And for those of us who are just joining, once again, I keep reiterating because I'm so surprised, 58 teams this year, 11 new teams, which is an incredible number, a lot of growth this year. You walk down what we call Team Village, which is really just if you think of kind of the pit where all of the maintenance is happening, where all the teams are having their strategic sessions, right? You walk through this long white tent where they have all these stations. It's tools everywhere, toolboxes everywhere. Team Village is a ton of fun because this year we had, you've got a group of students who are just so zeroed in, locked in, focused on trying to get some kind of watertight system going. And then next to them will be a student who traveled here with a full 88 key piano, and he's just jamming on his piano,
tickling the ivories and helping serenade our students up in Team Village. Because as you saw earlier with some of the videos, our students are multi-talented for sure.
They truly are, and they've got so many different interests, which we had the opportunity to delve into throughout the week. Another exciting thing that we've had this week, Robosub is a roller coaster of emotions, I would say. It's late nights, it's early mornings, it's incredible challenges, it's highs and lows. And the teams, a lot of these teams are international. A lot of folks are trying to tune into that World Cup game that we had. We had a couple of World Cup games. Obviously, the premier international competition this week is Robosub.
Yes.
Everyone knows that.
And we'll say we've got 58 teams. The World Cup only had 46?
Something like that. Yeah. I mean, I wasn't paying attention to the World Cup because
we've got Robosub here. I mean, really, if you think about it, Robosub is like the World Cup of the underwater world, and like Andrew mentioned, we've got teams from 9 different countries. So we really have that big international experience on site, and you can see it with our finalists. I mean, we've got India represented in the finals. We have Turkey getting on the water right now, representing the finals, and we've got Singapore, the United States. We've got a little bit of everybody, and so Canada as well. So it's exciting just to see the level of technology we have at play in the international stage at Robosub.
And a ton of different languages being spoken. It truly is an international experience. I love walking through that Team Village. It's just so much fun. And you start to see, as we come back year after year, we talked to our Ohio State student who is returning for his 7th year. You start to see familiar faces coming back.
Yeah.
They are making friendships. We are seeing students who are growing as engineers right in front of our eyes year after year, which is pretty cool.
And in a few seconds, we're going to be speaking to one of our friends over from Turkey who's been a long time part of this competition. We've had him here for a few years, and later on, our IIT Bombay team, I don't know if he's going to come speak to us, but they're one of our kind of second oldest students in the competition. He's been with us for 5 years as well. So really seeing them through the journey from baby student all the way up to industry as they start their internships and begin the process to apply for jobs, and some of them even come back to volunteer with us once they've made it to industry. So it's exciting to be a part of that RoboNation family. It's once you're a part of it, you're stuck with us forever. But we really love having that international experience.
Well, I think that's a perfect segue to maybe a call out to our alumni, right? I think it's important for those folks who are stuck with us forever, as you said. We love our students, everybody from Sea Perch. At the very beginning of our stream today, we talked a little bit about the umbrella that is RoboNation. Sea Perch, this what I would consider potentially like an introductory program, right? You've got young students and their parents also traveling internationally, folks coming in from New Zealand, literally all over the world. This year it was held in College Park, Maryland, at the University of Maryland, and you get to see the energy in a young student's eyes as they maybe overcome some challenges and have a really good run in the pool at Maryland, all the way through each of these different programs that we have. And then our alumni are literally working all over the world doing the most incredible things, not just in engineering, not just in autonomy, not just in robotics. Students have taken these opportunities and these experiences and gone literally everywhere with them.
Yeah, and you're so correct. I think we heard a little bit earlier about some of the student technology turning into industry. So we saw that with Bumblebee. There was a BAUV started out from Grace and a couple of our other students that were part of the National University of Singapore team. But we've also seen we've had students come back that join our sponsors, whether that be some of our folks from Anduril had a couple of former Robosub students. We've also had Blue Robotics over here, and the founder of Blue Robotics, Rusty, was actually a participant with IARC. And so you really see the ability for these students to have real world experience here. We hear it in industry a lot. We're looking for somebody with 5 years of experience, but willing to accept an entry-level position. That doesn't exist. That's a paradox unless you come to Robosub, because these students, as we're seeing, they have 3, 4, 5 years of experience building the exact vehicles that these companies need them to do so.
Yeah, as you said, you just said this. You are moving into the workforce with years of how valuable is that to be getting the best and the brightest for companies that are trying to break barriers and push boundaries. You've got a group of students, by the way, who don't just have hands-on experience with a submarine system. They've got hands-on experience in what it's like to travel with other people.
Yeah.
What it's like to lead a team and bring people together. And leadership is really easy when your sub comes up through the octagon and everybody's celebrating, right? It's a lot more difficult when you're here for a week, you're running on very little sleep and all caffeine. And so it's really cool to see year after year, these teams are coming back, learning lessons from 2024, 2025, and so I think it would be really cool while we're waiting for our next team to jump here in the water. Let's take a look back at our Robosub competition from last year in 2025.
It's great.
Robosub is truly a unique experience. Most of the things were packed into one gigantic crate, and we shipped it through air with UPS.
We always have problems with the 150-pound weight limit. We can never stay under that.
My very first reaction was, when I got to the hotel, was, this is our hotel, this place looks fancy.
I didn't really know what to expect. They'd always talk about going to the beach afterward, like after a long day of testing.
Some of their robots look way different than ours do. The way they do things are very different than we do.
Chlorine and salt water do not like metals very much. They like to rust things. Even things that you would think are not very rusty.
We've pretty much honed in on what we're really good at, and it's now just making sure we're finding consistent results in the pool testing.
We've had a couple other teams just come up and ask us for stuff. We've had to go and ask other teams for stuff, and it's a competition, but it's very kind of inclusive, and everybody's just helping each other out. So that's pretty cool.
And so that was just a quick look back at what Robosub last year looked like. Some familiar faces, some familiar teams. Like I said just a moment ago, learning lessons here in the pool and taking them back to their universities, sometimes back to their high schools, collaborating with their teams. Some have built new systems, some have built new submarines, but coming back for 2026. I also just mentioned, while we're waiting for our next team, I mentioned Sea Perch. But what we haven't talked a whole lot about are some of our other programs. So if you would be willing to walk me through, so we talk about Sea Perch. I said how cool it was. I said that it was an introductory kind of a program, but what is Sea Perch?
That's a great question. So, and I love that you threw it back to our 2025 experience as well, because I think that real world side of what we're doing is such a great example of the different programs that we have. So Sea Perch is our entry-level robotics program. So take our last team with Baby Dragon from ASU and maybe an even babier dragon, I suppose you could say. So essentially, Sea Perch is a very miniature version of the Robosubs that you see here on site, made with PVC pipe, everyday materials. They've got Cat5 cable, they've got old film canisters, and it's teaching students the principles of maritime technology and robotics in an affordable way. So We're really all about lowering those access barriers for both the students and the educators. We've got curriculum that ties straight into the classroom, and it teaches students how to build an ROV. You can learn about principles of buoyancy. You can understand maritime science in general. And so we love sea perch. Like Andrew mentioned, we had like 212 or something teams on site in Maryland. I mean, it was a lot of students. We had over 1,000 middle school and high school students, and they bring the energy and the excitement with them to the pool deck. We love having that, but back to our theme from last year with environmental monitoring, we also launched a new product called GoSense last year, which is applicable in the classroom environment. We've got curriculum for that as well, but it's also a great tool for students, even like the folks we have here, if they want to do some research back at their universities. It's a maritime sensor. It measures temperature, pressure, total dissolved solids, and turbidity underwater, and then our aerial sensor measures temperature, atmospheric pressure, UV index, and relative humidity. So just great ways to learn about the environment that we have around us.
What doesn't it do?
It doesn't do just about very few things, and we're continuing to increase the number of options that we have to be able to do sort of plug-and-play sensors. We want our students to learn about the world, and we love GoSense. We're pretty smitten, if you ask us, about the GoSense. But it looks like ITU is now getting those vehicles in the water. You may have seen a second ago, kind of shouting back to what Natalie was saying about getting the towels on top of your vehicles to keep them shielded from the sun. They've stripped the towels back, they're putting the vehicles in the water, and it looks like their run is about to start. I think one of their vehicles has now made its way through the gate, and so we'll be welcoming one of their students on site momentarily to join us to talk about what they anticipate they will be doing. This is not ITU's first experience in the finals, and so they know what this pressure is like. They know what it's like to join us on the live stream, and so we're very excited to talk to them this afternoon.
And just like that, magically, we have that student here with us. Tell me, what's your name and what's your role with the team?
Absolutely. So my name is Sencer. I'm actually actively mentoring the team. I'm the founder of the team. So back in 2018, which is a long time ago, I founded the team with a couple of friends, and now still mentoring the team. And very excited to see that.
We're excited to have you. Thank you for spending a little time away from the team and with us so we can talk to you. It is always helpful for us. We mentioned this a few moments ago. It's really helpful to have a team member sitting here with us as we're looking at the run and looking at some of the challenges that may be happening. But you mentioned you were the founder of the team. What made you decide to start this team?
Back in 2016, we actually started this ROV team, and we competed in one of the competitions for ROV purposes. And then after that, we just wasn't satisfied with the challenge, I guess. And then we wanted to do the autonomous one, and then Robosub was our first target. So we've been preparing for Robosub for many years, and that kind of pushed us a little further on that end.
Yeah, and it all leads up to this. So far, how has this competition been going for your team?
It's been exhausting in terms of heat. So I need to mention that California is very hot, but I think apart from being tired and not sleeping for days, it's going pretty good. Compared to the last year, we don't have those problems that we had last year's. So we do have new problems, and just same as last year, tackling with the problems.
And now you're the fifth team that we've had in the finals this week that is bringing two vehicles. So what were some of the decisions behind having two vehicles for this part of the competition, and how has that been going for your team?
So we were pretty, thrilled to experience how this acoustic communications and those kind of stuff work, and we wanted to be able to get points from that. So essentially, to get acoustic communication points, the idea of having a second vehicle just came up, and then actual benefits come, after that. You can do multiple tasks, like in the same time. You can do two tasks at once. But that was not the starting point. The starting point was we wanted to work on acoustic communication, so that was one of the things.
We see at the moment on the screen, it looks like your team is kind of huddled around the computer in the team tent down there. What might they be working on?
I think they're just kind of exploring what is going to go on next, because they're, with the last minute changes, lots of things have changed since this morning. So they would be probably either working on the Mini, what you're seeing right here is just got onto water, or some of them would be probably looking at what Tally will do next and clarifying that.
And we see Tally right now is at the torpedoes task.
Yes.
So how has that task been going for you guys this week? Has that been one that you've had any challenges with?
It's actually one of the good missions that we were able to perform because on the semifinals run we did 2 torpedo launches and 2 of them hit. Actually, we were pretty happy with the torpedo. That's kind of like our favorite mission.
I like to hear that. That's fun. And it's always exciting to see. I know for those of you that are watching at home, make sure you zoom in on the screen to look at where the torpedoes are able to go through.
When you're leading up to a competition like this, how are you stress testing your vehicle?
Oh, with a lot of tests. I mean, every week we're kind of performing tests 3 times in the water, and each of them is taking roughly about 5 hours. So I would say throughout the year, approximately 300 hours have been spent in the water, as well as the simulation and whatnot. So it brings up a lot of past experience in terms of the vehicle. So I believe that is the biggest stress test we have. Apart from that, we don't push the robot too much. We don't want to break it, so yeah.
That makes sense. Looks like we got a bit of a celebration here.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about what's happening as we speak.
So let me just focus on the task, because so it's attempting the octagon task, and it's gonna pick up the objects and drop them into the correct bin, correct place, and it's going to do the surfacing and then the flip, rotate along the yaw axis. So we are basically targeting full points from the octagon task. We'll see how that goes. I'm currently blocked.
I know.
but yeah, I'm trying my best.
The viewers on the live stream can't see right now, but right now we've got a couple of team members and a couple of judges between us and our view of the pool. And that's okay. We've got folks who are here to monitor and folks who are here to celebrate. We love both.
Yeah.
Looks like popping up through the octagon there. Remind me, I know you just mentioned this when you sat down with us, but in what year did you start this team?
2018.
2018. So
yes.
How do you feel like you have grown personally since 2018? You've been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, a lot. I mean, with every year, even though I'm not actively in the team, and I'm trying to share my experiences with the team and guide them through a path, I'm still learning from them. And that's, I think, the most beautiful part about it is sometimes friends ask, why are still in the team, and I say I'm still learning from it, and that gives me excitement and the enjoy that I was looking for. So, and it's really fun to hang out with brilliant people. They're young, they're obviously younger than me, and they're brilliant, so smart. It's really fun to chat with them.
See, that's why we love hanging out with you up here.
All right, thank you.
You're younger than we are, and certainly a lot more brilliant.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We're still blocked by the judges in our view. Not a big deal. We can see from the live stream and some of those unique underwater camera angles a little bit better about what is going on.
This task is one of the tasks that takes up most of the time. So it's approximately around 7 to 8 minutes. So I'm pretty sure.
And we see that it looks like it made its way above the water line in the octagon, right in the center. So good for you guys on that.
Thank you.
It continues with the task. Yeah. How did you approach the design elements to be able to work on picking up and retrieving and depositing the items?
For the octagon task,
yes,
right?
Yeah.
So we do have a gripper that is parallel grip, so it's able to pick up the objects pretty good, and so we do have a bottom camera which is aligning to first detecting the octagon and then detecting the objects and then aligning to the objects and whatnot. So we made few design choices that would enable us to better pick up, such as, you know, bringing the camera closer to the gripper is an effective and very easy solution, actually, rather than trying to project everything. But yeah, so those were the main challenges that we had, and it's been going good so far.
I always ask, we love getting to know a little bit more about you. How has your experience with Robosub kind of prepped you for these other stations or seasons of your life?
Yeah, so that is a very good question, because when we first participated in here, we learned a lot of things, because we were, I always say to the team that if we don't participate in Robosub and get the experience, we'll never be able to hit many points, because you need to actually see how the competition is being executed, right? So there are lots of tips and tricks that what we like to call, and a lot of experiences with other teams as well. So I've been personally, for the years that I was not active in the team for the last 2 years, I was personally involved in getting in touch with the other teams, because that's where the most fun is at. I'm able to talk to these people for the whole year, but I will not be able to talk to the brilliant people out there, the other teams. I can only talk to them right now. So that's one of the things that gives me, the most experience, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. How do you? I know we touched on this a little bit already, but how do you feel like this team and these students here have improved the most since last year?
A lot. I mean, one of the things that we take very importantly is that have to transfer the know-how, the knowledge from the older generation to the younger generation. So we have 4 mentors, active mentors in the team, and they are the old members. And they are working so hard to pass that kind of like knowledge down to the younger generation, and our main job is to be able to perform that. So I guess they have gained a lot of experience from last year. There are some students from last year, and there are some new students that joined this year. I think it's a very good experience for them to hands-on experience the competition and whatnot.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. When you're talking to new students who may be interested in joining the team, what do you tell them are the benefits of joining a team like yours?
That will be first the knowledge transfer again, because they will learn a lot in the team, because we are trying to ensure that is going to happen every year. And it's also a very good environment in terms of friendship. There are lots of good friendships started here, and I mostly tell the newcomers that you will have your next family members here. So that's what they like to call it. They're like a family. So yeah, and that's how they actually, that's what they sign up for and usually get by the end of the year. So.
And I love hearing you say it's like you'll find your family here, and I think it's been really cool for us to see the presence from our Turkish teams increase. I think you guys have been such a big part of our Turkish family growing here across our RoboNation programs. We've got 3 Turkish teams this year. I know you guys compete in a number of different competitions. You guys have been at Technofest out in Turkey, you've been at the TAC competition, obviously here at Robosub. So what is it like trying to really ingratiate yourself in the larger AV and technology community, and what has it meant to back home in Turkey to be able to bring so many teams out here too?
That's really important for us, because when we started like 2016 with the ROV competitions and building an ROV, there were not many teams around, and after that year it spiked. I would be very happy if we had a role on that, which I believe so. We had. And throughout the years, we've been hosting some events in Turkey, and we would like to kind of like develop that community. And out of these reasons, we are, hosting some events, such as last year we had this breakfast event. So we, invite other teams in Turkey to our campus, and they will, join this breakfast event. And we actually talk about share experiences on the competitions, either Technofest or other ones, and we usually, you know, talk with them and say, you know, we're just, you know, going for the Robosub, and you should, essentially. And I think one new team has joined this year, and that's very good.
That's awesome. Well, it looks to me like you just have a few minutes left, and so we want to thank you so much for joining us here up at the table and teaching us a little bit more about your team. We're going to let you go and join your team down by the pool and celebrate a positive run with them. Yep. But once again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It was a you know, pleasure to talk to you. Right?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You too.
Good luck.
Thank you.
And as he goes back and joins his team down in the water, we have one of their vehicles is still in the octagon task. We've got one of their secondary vehicle, their smaller one, the Mini as he called it, is being escorted by a diver back to the starting point of the course. Again, as he mentioned, you know, the octagon task, it's got a number of components to it. It's definitely one of the most challenging ones that our students talk about a lot as being a challenge to come on here and be able to do it successfully. We've got essentially these bins in the bottom of it that they are trying to resupply. We call it the resupply table. And they're interacting with both an acoustic pinger and then the resupply table where they've got items that they have to pick up with a grabber, like he mentioned. So we'll see a number of different styles. You saw one earlier that was a bit larger with Bumblebee for their claw, and then we've got the parallel gripper, as he mentioned, to be able to accomplish this task.
Another relatively stoic team as they're looking on. We've had a couple of folks with a couple of celebratory claps and maybe a woo here or there, but overall a team that is a little more stoic as they look on at their.
The stakes are high. You know, they want to continue doing well, and you know, as he mentioned, they've been here for a few years at Robosub, and so they've been doing very successfully each year in the competition. So. You know, not all teams are here that want to, you know, win the whole thing, but they want to do their personal best, and that's we know that they want to be achieving more than they did last year, and we know that they're hoping for that top prize there as well. So it's exciting to see them. They are a stoic team. Yeah. They're looking on with eager anticipation, and it's fun to see them all back together as one as they celebrate the final few minutes of this run. You know, it's a culmination of one whole year of work. They've been doing this since probably mid-August of last year when they got home from Robosub 2025. And so, you know, in a couple days they'll be starting back up for the 2027 challenge, and it's just go, go, go always for these teams.
Well, and you can see in that shot that we have right now, Sanjay went right from this table straight down to poolside to his team members and is kind of advising, coaching, and I think providing some good spirits down there as they get ready to finish. They're just in the last couple of minutes. And once again, for those who are just joining us, this is ITU, Istanbul Technical University.
And there you got a glam shot of Tale, one of their vehicles, and you can see that parallel gripper we were just talking about a few moments ago at the bottom.
That was a glam shot. That was a hero shot from our dive team.
Yeah, shout out to Rich on the dive cam. It's such a valuable resource to be able to see in crystal clear imagery these vehicles doing so well in the water.
And it looks like we're heading home.
It's an amazing run by another team. Like we said, that was our fifth team from our initial set of finalists, and in a few moments we'll have our wildcard teams that made it. So that's McGill University from Canada, as well as Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay. So we're really excited just to continue to see all of this technology. These students they try until the last minute. We actually called a team last night that we were able to award a slot to in third chance, and just they never give up. They are not sleeping, drinking lots of caffeine, and trying out every possible option to make it successful.
I was talking about the Team Village, and I love the culture of Team Village. We also had an opportunity recently to go to the Team Hotel and just see that late night testing, right? And just so, like, we go home, we grab a bite to eat, and it's been a long day in the sun. These teams go back to the hotel, and it's a long day in the sun directly into more work and more testing. So, so pretty cool. And so, as Alicia said, we've got 2 more teams ready to go. We are 5 teams down, 2 teams left here in the Robosub 2026 finals. One more time, we want to give a huge shout out to the sponsors and the partners who make all this happen.
Yeah, I mean, from our in-kind donations all the way up to the financial contributions and the volunteer support, Robosub wouldn't be possible without our sponsors and our partners. We've got software licenses provided to our students from folks like SolidWorks and MathWorks, and then we also have a number of volunteers that are here because of the Navy and our partnerships there. But of course, our financial contributions that make us be able to rent beautiful facilities like we have here, bring all the staff that we have on site. So a big thank you to the Office of Naval Research, to NIWC Pacific, to Anduril, to MathWorks, to SolidWorks, to Blue Robotics, and to many, many more that made Robosub possible, make all of our RoboNation competitions possible, and really bring that industry expertise into this space. I mean, we want to be working on that next generation of the workforce. And, you know, RoboNation, we do technology, we build robots, but we're also workforce development. I mean, it's so integral for students to be ready with the soft skills, with the technical skills, and with the know-how. And we want to introduce them to all these different spaces early on. You know, there's a joke in the space of marine biology that Finding Nemo actually was one of the main reasons that young people got interested in marine biology. Sure. So programs like Robosub, like Sea Perch, get students interested in those maritime technology spaces, and our sponsors are great examples of people that know just that.
They absolutely are. Well, we're going to say a quick thank you to our sponsors, and we're going to take a short break while our next teams get into the water, and we will be back with you very shortly.
We really appreciate our sponsors. We're definitely a smaller team, and so we kind of scavenge for parts as much as we can. That means that we might not necessarily have capabilities we'd like to just because of lack of funds. If we could have more funding, that would be nice, but I think we do an amazing job with what we have.
We have some sponsors actually from the Naval Underwater Warfare Center that have given us not only the know-how and technical mentorship, but also personal mentorship when it comes to how to set yourself up for a potential career.
I'd like to shout out NAVSEA. They sponsor our club and have made it possible for us to bring members here, especially our newer members.
One of our sponsors actually gave me an internship last year, and I was employed with them for a bit of this summer. TRX Systems, they're super cool. They do GPS stuff, and they actually have been hiring interns out of robotics in Maryland because they trust our, I guess, team and our experience.
Following the total annihilation of Lincoln University, the responsibility of competing at Robosub 2026 has fallen to one survivor, Douglas. Built by students across mechanical, electrical, and software teams working together to keep Douglas operational even in the harshest conditions. To help you understand how Douglas will endure Robosub 2026, we at McGill Robotics have prepared this educational video describing the 7 defining attributes that make Douglas special. Sensors are the first requirement for survival in the unforgiving waters of Robosub. We use an IMU, DVL, and depth sensor reinforced with improved electrical architecture and extensive testing, ensuring Douglas always knows exactly where it is, even in the apocalypse. Surviving the wasteland requires energy, lots of it, which is why Douglas has been engineered to deliver reliable power to every subsystem. Our power board incorporates monitoring, protection systems, and safety procedures to prevent catastrophic electrical failures. You really don't want to blow a fuse when civilization collapses. In a resource-limited world, efficiency is everything. When human intervention is required, our teleoperation tools allow operators to control Douglas smoothly and precisely. For more efficiency, these systems are tested in advance using our simulation environment. Knowing where you are is only useful if you can control where you're going. But without proper control, even the most advanced robots become lost. With our controls package, along with precise state estimation, Douglas can navigate the wasteland with confidence. Douglas's vision system performs image processing using its cameras. By incorporating our new planner, Douglas is ready to make decisions based on any situation that arises. This intelligence helps to recognize obstacles and navigate tasks within its environment. Once Douglas makes a decision, it needs the tools to act. Douglas is equipped with a spring-powered torpedo system designed for reliability and consistent performance, ideal for tagging anything that moves. Our robust grabber allows Douglas to manipulate objects and complete underwater tasks. The final attribute of a truly special robot is longevity. With clear documentation, maintenance, and shared knowledge, Douglas is built to last. In the wasteland, forgetting how something works is as dangerous as a broken component. By fostering a fun and welcoming environment, members can learn and keep improving Douglas. These 7 attributes make Douglas truly special. With sensors, power, efficiency, controls, intelligence, actuators, and longevity, Douglas is ready to survive Robosub 2026 and any potential nuclear apocalypse.
I didn't know going into it how interesting it is to navigate in an environment with no GPS. I didn't know that was an interesting problem until I joined this team.
We've gone through the whatever it expects that if something can go wrong, it will go wrong phase. A really great strength for our team is the fact that we're constantly lifting each other up and supporting each other. No one's pressuring a certain team to get something done in a certain time, which I think has really helped.
I am so proud of this team because we're able to do autonomous missions for the first time in a really long time. We were able to pre-qual for the first time since before COVID. We could have 3 people on that pool deck and the mission would run fine. I'm very proud of that and also super duper rewarding, so it's great.
All right, we are back for team session number 6. We've got McGill University from Montreal coming out. We just saw a couple of team videos actually featured, probably Hollywood moment featured in one of those videos is Kaylee. Thank you so much for joining us today and for watching your session with a bird's eye view.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Tell us a little bit about what the week has been like for McGill so far.
Yeah, so we had, I think every team has this, but we definitely had some issues, starting off, their assembly and there's always issues with calibration, but actually one of our thrusters stopped working this competition. So we are currently going with only 7 thrusters, but we just changed our thruster allocation matrix, so it worked out, but just a lot of fixes that we have to do and a little bit stressful, but we're really happy with we're really happy with where we are, and our goal was to make it to third chance, so we're just really happy to be in the finals. So,
which is a great segue. I mean, you guys are one of our 2 wildcard teams for this afternoon's finals. What was that like this morning, working extra hard to make sure that you were able to make it into this particular finals competition this year?
Yeah, so last year we honestly we didn't make it to third chance, and we didn't do as well as we wanted to. So this year our goal was to make it to third chance. So we were really just happy to be here, and then we saw like with the scoring, we're like, oh, we really do have a chance to make it to the finals, and yeah, so we had a really great last run. We did everything we wanted to do, and with a little bit of luck on our side too, so it was good. Yeah.
We are excited that you guys are here. Tell us a little bit about where are we sitting right now? Our sub is not yet in the water?
Yeah, so right now they're probably putting in the O-ring. So we keep our O-ring out of the sun and out of the channel for a long time, so they're putting that in. And I'm assuming that they're shading it right now because we probably have our DVL on. So they just plugged in the DVL and hopefully latching it up soon to put in the water. But yeah, so hopefully we get in the water soon. We've been practicing a lot, and we've been pretty good at getting in the water quickly, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
So give us a little bit of the inside information. So it's a little tough up here. We're not exactly sure. So when does the clock actually start for your team?
Yeah, so we have 5 minutes to set up, and then after the 5 minutes set up, they usually start the pool time clock, which is a big deal because if you finish your run, the time you have left over, you get as more points. So it's very important to try to get in as fast as possible. And yeah, so that's kind of how it works, or at least that's how it works for the semifinals. I don't know. Maybe it's different for this one.
Yeah,
but yeah.
So as we are waiting to get on the water here, I want to learn a little bit more about you. We had the opportunity to interview you a little bit earlier, but for folks who maybe hadn't seen that video, tell us a little bit about how you got involved with this team. How long have you been a member?
Yeah, so at McGill Robotics, we have 3 projects. I actually started on the rover project, and the AVV project was pretty small at the time, and they needed a mechanical lead. So I joined that project. I'm actually the one that I was a mechanical lead while we were building the Dougie from scratch. That was the year we designed it, and yeah, so that's how I started with it. I really like state estimation underwater. I think it's really cool, like, you know, not having in GPS denied environments. That's really sick. So yeah, I've become really passionate about it. But it did kind of start as like I like robotics, underwater's cool, and then here we are.
Now, I feel like I remember were you originally from Montreal?
Yeah.
Grew up there?
Yeah, I grew up there.
Why was it important for you to stay in Montreal to continue your education?
Yeah, so actually in Quebec, the school is very, very affordable for residents in Quebec. So that's part of the reason. The other reason is McGill is, growing up, I always knew that McGill was a great school, and it was everyone around me wanted to go to McGill, and I saw a great engineering program at McGill, and so I stuck with it. And it's really nice to be close to my family, and I love the city, so I'm really happy to be there.
And I think you had mentioned that you're going for a master's degree soon, right?
Yeah, I am. So I'm starting a master's actually at McGill as well in state estimation, actually, so in mining, so very similar to underwater, just underground instead. So yeah, that's it.
Well, awesome! Congratulations.
Thanks.
We were just notified that your run is that first 5 minutes is up. So that the run is officially starting. We're still working in the team tent. It looks like at the moment. We've got a shot of the pool kind of ready for the sub to go in here.
Okay.
I know you guys are working on the vehicle, which you said was named Douglas, and you were telling us a little bit about the story of how your team named the vehicle. Can you share that with the audience?
Yeah, sure. So it started as like a team tradition, like years and years ago. Our sub, our first sub, in I think it was 2012, was named Asimov after a sci-fi author, and so we've just been naming in alphabetical order all of our subs after sci-fi authors. So we have Asimov, Bradbury, Clark, and finally Douglas.
Super, super fun, and we're so excited to have Douglas here. What's the design cycle like for you guys as you cycle in new bots?
Yeah, so we try to do, especially after COVID, it kind of like messed up our design cycle a little bit. We're trying to get back into the rhythm of doing a 3-year design cycle. So yeah, basically we're hoping to have a robot in operation for roughly 3 years, and then starting the design cycle of a new robot in that 4th year. So I guess it will be in operation for 4 years, but that way we always have a robot that's operational, that software can test, and everyone can learn off of, and then also that way there's students that are involved in the entire design process, because our degree is roughly 4 to 5 years.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
At what point in that cycle do you start really focusing on, okay, we've got Douglas, now we need an E name. We got to figure out who this robot really is going to be.
Honestly, I don't think we've thought about it quite yet. Okay. We're really just so, like, we've been so focused on like this competition, and we're so locked in. But yeah, we're brainstorming. We're starting brainstorming. If you guys have any sci-fi authors with the letter E, let me know.
I don't at the moment off the top of my head, but I'd like
come
to
up
pitch.
with some, yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, I'll put together a PowerPoint presentation and really pitch my thoughts for you.
Nice, thank you.
Tell me a little bit about you're traveling internationally, and you're also traveling quite a distance. What is that travel to get the team from Montreal all the way to Irvine, California?
Yeah, so it's a bit of yeah, it's obviously a bit of a big trip. So the flight is roughly 6 hours, and we fly with Douglas. So we normally check the bag in. So we have like an oversized bag. We have roughly 3, and it's just a lot easier than trying to ship it. And because he's so small, very easy. So yeah, but we always have trouble getting here. I mean, last year all of our flights were canceled, and this year only one of our flights was canceled. But we got here, and yeah, it worked. It all worked out.
It all worked out. No travel issues.
No travel issues. It was a-okay.
Douglas is a good traveler.
Well, and then you guys have continued that amazing luck with doing so well today, and it was a lot of hard work to make that wild card slot. But what tasks are you looking for? Seeing the most success with Douglas this afternoon?
Yeah, so we're aiming to do, honestly, just exactly what we did in our 3rd chance slot. So the goal is we do coin flip and random roll assignment. And so then we go through the gate with the correct roll, go through the slalom, then we go towards the bins and drop 2 objects. And then we have a hydrofoam board somewhat working, so we try for the pinger to see what happens, and we either go to octagon or torpedo. And if we go to torpedo, we have 2 spring-loaded torpedoes that we shoot, and we go towards octagon surface, face the image, then head back home. I think our run today was roughly 10 minutes, so it's nice to try to go for the point slot, like the time bonus. Sorry, and yeah, so that's the plan. I'm curious to know what's going on right now, because normally we don't take so long.
We've heard from our folks down there that there's some software debugging going on.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So, curious, even just thinking about what's going on right now, have you guys had any major software issues this week, or is this kind of a potentially new development?
Honestly, software has been super solid. We've had issues with our mechanical part of the torpedo. We've had some electrical issues, actually. Our system kill switch was giving us a lot of trouble, so we kept having to come up with quick patch fixes for that. As I mentioned, our thruster 4 wasn't working. It's still not, we tried to get it back online, but it ended up just being too much of a hassle, and our robot was working well without thruster 4, so we were like, all right,
keep going.
Well, we'll just keep it going.
Do you typically run 8 thrusters, and you were down to 7?
Yeah, now we're down to 7, and we just kind of changed where the forces are going with each one.
As you look around the team village and look at what some of the other teams are doing, are 8 thrusters pretty common, or is that unique?
It's usually pretty common. I really love the teams that go for minimum thrusters. That's super sick, and it's a really fun controls problem too, to try to figure out how to stabilize that. So yeah, under actuated robots are really cool. So maybe one day we'll get to do that. But yeah, no, 8 is normally pretty common. Gives us a lot of stability. So yeah.
Gotcha. Well, we're about halfway through the run right now, and it looks like they are still troubleshooting.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you thank you for joining us. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
sounds
let you
good.
go down
Thank
to your team. It looks
Thanks
like
so
everybody's
much.
huddled over that tent. Whether you can help with debugging or just keeping those spirits up as people are working hard to put the sub in the water.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for joining us
Thanks
today.
so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Like Andrew mentioned, we're going to have Callie go back down and join her team. So we've seen this before in the finals where a team was incredibly well in that third chance and something random pops up. And so we're impressed to see just how hard all of it fix this issue, and we know that they will try until the last second and hopefully get the vehicle in the water any moment now.
I hope so. I was thinking it has to be. I am so appreciative that she stayed up here, answered our questions in our interviews, and she's watching her team try to do some troubleshooting. And so I know she's a leader on that team, and they probably need her down there in that tent. So as they continue to troubleshoot and try to get that sub in the water, they've still got some time remaining. So hopefully they're taking deep breaths, getting that sub debugged and back in the water as soon as possible.
I mean, we've seen it this week during the World Cup, right? Up until that last minute, anything could happen. We've seen some last minute rolls, there's definitely the opportunity
Some action.
to make some last minute task wins. And like you mentioned, they kind of have an idea of exactly what they want their vehicle to do once it gets into the water. They've had that really successful third chance run, so if they're able to fix this software issue, we know that they'll have a good shot at getting the vehicle.
Going to take a quick break on the microphone. We'll stay alert and stay tuned into the team tent over at McGill. We'll continue to watch and see if they are able to get that sub in the water. If they do, we will be right back to learn a little bit more. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back with you shortly. right, we are back on the mic here because it looks like McGill does have the sub in the water now.
Exciting moment for them. They've got their vehicle in the water. They are all looking intently as their vehicle enters the water. Like Callie mentioned, they're going to be attempting that coin flip task, so going through the gate first. Again, like we talked about at the very beginning of the stream, in this initial task, they're going to be essentially picking a side. So that's why we call it a coin flip. There's two options for how they'll then have to proceed during a few of the other tasks in the competition. So they'll either be going through the survey and repair role or the search and rescue role. So you'll see two little images that the vehicle will have to choose between, and then that will narrate what they do in the next part of the competition. Looks like it's steadily making it through the gate. It's made its choice. It's on the way.
The team following along from the side of the pool. They've made their way as an entire team from that tent where they were trying to debug that sub for a good amount of time on this run, and now they are collectively moving with their baby along the side of the pool to watch what it does next.
And it's always a challenge when a team's got to use a lot of their slot to be able to work out issues, but like they were saying, you know, there's always enough time to be able to attempt some tasks and get some points on the board. And so we love this energy, this fighting spirit that each of our teams has. It's exciting to see. They're clapping a little bit as it makes it past that initial task and is onto the slalom.
A little celebration, maybe some relief as it moves on to the next stage.
Absolutely. And you know what's crazy is all of these vehicles are driving themselves. So these students are not in control of what's happening in this moment. They've done all the work they can to code it, to teach it what to do. It's like a parent watching its child go off into university, just like they are, and they're hoping that it will do what they've asked it to do and perform.
Yeah, there's only so much you can teach it, and then let it go, make its own decisions.
Yeah.
Heading through the slalom.
It looks like Douglas is making his way through the slalom as well as he possibly can. Now, the slalom task is what we're calling avoid debris. So for our storm response theme this year, we're utilizing those poles in the water to simulate debris after a storm.
And moving quickly, and you see in this shot now the entire team migrating to this side of the pool, running over to see, trying to keep up with Dougie.
Yeah, good old Dougie is making his way now over to the bins.
Dougie's quick.
Yeah, he is.
And a thruster down.
He is a thruster down, and it's amazing to hear, like she said, they've got 8 thrusters working, and so when one went down, instead of trying to figure out how to, you know, approach finding a new thruster, they were able to figure out some equations to make sure that it could continue to operate with 7 thrusters itself. It is above that bin task right now. Now this is what we're calling recon. So this is simulating some reconnaissance that vehicles would do to check into infrastructure in different spaces after a storm. Now they are trying to put markers into the correct bins in this task. So this challenges a vehicle's ability to have vision systems that can understand and identify which of the markers that they're looking for and how to deploy into certain spaces.
Team all gathered together, waiting with bated breath.
They're watching the live stream. You can see them there, eager anticipation of what the vehicle is able to accomplish. Again, this is a year's worth of work that these students have been putting into this, and for many of the students that maybe their last year with the robotics team, this is a culmination of all those emotions and blood, sweat, and tears that they put in to make sure these vehicles are working.
Yeah, absolutely. The entire team looking up at the Jumbotron on site to get that view down below the surface of the water to see what it is exactly that sub is deciding to do. How Dougie responds.
And you know, we say here at RoboNation, it's where theory meets practice, right? A lot of students that are studying similar degrees, they're back in the classroom and they're not able to be in the water, out in the environment, testing these kinds of things. So these students have this real world experience by working with vehicles like Douglas over here, starting from scratch, learning all elements of the design process. She was taking us through how they go through their design cycles, ensuring every student has an opportunity to learn a little bit about each part. And so now Douglas has left the bins task. It looks like he's making his way maybe over to the torpedoes.
Just about 2 minutes left in the session. And again, the team following Douglas back down the side of the pool, looking on.
exciting moment as Douglas lines himself up. You know, we love the personification of our robots here.
We really do. They do. They all have personalities.
They really do.
The teams have such unique personalities, and I do think that
seeps in
directly into the.
You know, it's what they say about us. It's nature versus nurture, right? They've nurtured a little bit of that personality into their kiddos, into their vehicles.
About 45 seconds left here in this run from McGill.
With that, yeah.
Took up a good portion of the beginning of this run for them, but they look to be making up good ground here toward this back half, the back nine, if you were.
And they're working as hard as they possibly can to make sure they're able to get that torpedo in there before the end of their run.
Dougie's eyeing up the shot, trying to get a couple of shots fired. She's at spring-loaded torpedoes before time does run out. You can see with this the split shot that we have here, the top of the water, that's what the team is actually able to see. That's what they're looking at down below. So that's why they're looking up here at the Jumbotron on site to take a look down below the surface. The top of the water today has been fairly clear, but we do have just a little bit of a breeze rolling in. Our divers do a great job of making sure that they are not disturbing the water, that the scuba divers, their breath does not change anything about the course.
And you know, even all those things like that, like the sun glaring down when we've got the wind, even a little bit of the micro movements that we have from the divers or other things that happen. I mean, that's real world. The reality is we can test as much as we want in the lab, but ultimately speaking, once you put it into a real body of water with uncontrollable elements like the weather, there's only so much you can do, and this is the perfect space for our students to learn that, to experience it. We've got the vehicles back over in the octagon task.
It looks like they had a little more time than we originally thought.
They are surfacing in that octagon. Yeah. It's a good shot from above that we're able to see of the vehicle as it surfaces in that octagon.
Can't help but think, as you're talking about the clarity of the water and how easy it is to see this robot, I can't help but think again about what we're going to be seeing in a couple of months when we are in Singapore at RobotX, as we've got a boat on top of the water, we've got a drone in the air, but visibility for a submarine when you're not in an Olympic swimming pool, right? And all of a sudden, all of those systems for figuring out exactly how to navigate, exactly how to do each and every one of these tasks becomes that much more important and that much more difficult.
All of our teams are utilizing different ways to have sort of onboard vision systems too. I mean, while they might not have physical eyes, our vehicles definitely have technical eyes, whether that be camera systems or other sorts. There's different ways for vehicles underwater to be able to see and sense the world around them.
Now the team has completed their journey back to where home base is. They're expecting Dougie to head back home now, it looks like.
I mean, maybe he's not a science fiction writer, but perhaps E.T. might make his way to the next iteration of the naming cycle for them.
I like that. I support that.
E.T. phones home or E.T. returns home is what's going to happen in a few years. But
there's got to be some kind of fan fiction out there about what E.T. would have written if E.T. were a fiction writer.
Oh my gosh, yeah, absolutely. What the story would have been like from his perspective versus Elliot's back in the day.
it's just all about Reese's Pieces.
Yeah, some great claps from the McGill team down on the water, and again, I mean, just an exciting moment for them. This morning they weren't sure if they were going to even make it into this stage of the competition, so to have done as well as they did this morning and to now be competing here, it was a tough start to the run, but they just kept pushing, and I think it's that grit and determination of our students that really just warms our heart here at RoboNation.
Yeah, they woke up this morning, they didn't know if they'd be in finals, and here they are completing a run and doing it by troubleshooting in the very beginning of it. So it looks like they are wrapped up. They are heading out of the water. Once again, we are finished with 6 of our 7 sessions. We got 1 team left to go. Super exciting. Coming up in just a few minutes, the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, is going to be heading toward the water. In the meantime, as we touched on a little bit earlier this week, we had an opportunity to catch up with some of the other students from a few of the other universities. Got to hear a little bit more about what makes their universities unique. And so let's take a look and meet some of the other students that we chatted with this week.
One of my friends who was in my dorm freshman year was in Robosub, and she was like, you should try out this. And I was like, perfect, because I'm interested in like oceans and underwater things. So I was like, I'll do robotics and do submarines at the same time. So everyone is so welcoming. Like, I've definitely found a community, and I joined a whole bunch of dance groups. I'm in 2 hip hop groups and 1 contemporary group. What the Dollies is we're a 5-person dance team that dance to band music. So we're part of the band. We perform at all the football games, basketball, and women's volleyball. You're performing to like raise spirits, so it's like really fun to like see all the people like also getting joy from what you get joy from. It's always fun.
I can talk for hours and days on like why I like jazz guitar. Currently I'm in 4 active bands, 5 active bands, and at one point I was in like 12 or 13 active bands. For sophomore, junior, and senior year, I was elected as the California All-State Jazz Guitarist. So I can theoretically say that I'm like #1 guitarist from California for jazz for all of my high school. But in school, I also really liked math and computer science and electrical engineering. I think one day I remember searching on Google, like, how do you combine like guitar music and engineering? And then came up like electrical engineering. So I'm like, oh, this seems like a cool subject. So I ended up applying to a lot of these schools. Stanford has this computer center research for music and acoustic facility called CARMA. And it's one of the leading faculty and facility in the US for building all these music audio technology. All of my classes are theoretical. Everything is in software. Robosub is currently my only source of EE that lets me go hands-on, touch wires, make a submarine, don't let it explode underwater. Every single, like thing that I rack up is just even more and more like speaking to, oh, there is, a field where I can combine my specialty and novelty in this one field and also my academic field, combine it into one and make this like cool, like combined interdisciplinary stuff.
We actually started off the year with a funeral. We laid Ranger 1 to rest. It was a very fun ceremony, but then after that, we started fresh with an entirely new robot.
I put many hours of my life into this vehicle over the last, since March basically. We built it from scratch since March, pretty much. I'm just really like going through my mind about all the systems, subsystems, trying to make sure where potential issues could be happening and making sure I delegate to team members about what needs to be done still, without being a control freak and taking over it all myself. You can't just say the only way to do it right is to do it yourself. You have to make sure that you trust your team members to take over the project, part components from you, and do a good job.
We have spent endless nights working on this robot. There were nights we were at our college until 3 a.m. We really prioritize redundancy in the system so that we have a robot that we don't have to have a funeral for.
Every day we face technical challenges and we figure out how to overcome that hurdle. Problems are always going to be there, and I'm always going to have to work with people. I'm always going to have to solve technical challenges, but above the skills to actually fix those nitty-gritty things, the big picture is solving that problem with other people.
We ensure that there's at least one team bonding every single quarter. So this is a time where we're not talking about work, we're not talking about the robot. We go rock climbing, we go have a picnic, we maybe do like a team meal together. We get things done, and just like spending time outside of club meetings is what makes, I think, our team really special.
One, two, three, start. We are AUVIATV.
We have done hundreds of PCB iterations,
Done hundreds of dry runs.
spent sleepless nights debugging,
Spent countless hours in the sun, optimized every curve on CAD.
untangled wires till our minds got tangled.
Resolved hundreds of merge conflicts. AUVIATV has a legacy of 15 plus years with a mission to grow the underwater robotics community across the college and the country to inspire the next generation of underwater roboticists.
Our philosophy revolves around reliability, cost efficiency, and innovative engineering. Through a strong culture of mentorship, we transform enthusiastic freshmen into world-class engineers.
We advanced our vehicle in every domain to make it more robust, reliable, and prepared to take on the challenges for Robosub 26.
Building on our experiences this year, we made significant changes in Amatsya. This year we went full monohull, less drag, more reliability, zero headaches.
We also implemented a custom fan heatsink to bring temperatures all the way down from 65 to 46 degrees centigrade.
We discarded the rigid fingers and dived into soft robotics, converging at a TPU flexible fin-race structure. This year, our software stack got a major upgrade with ICP-based map alignment to correct localization drift, along with a better detection pipeline using scan history and density-based filters to remove false detections.
We also built a controller that smoothly switches between fast movement and precise close range control while actively avoiding obstacles using our new APF-based collision avoidance.
We built a custom gazebo simulator tightly integrating it with our code base so that we could iterate on our mission strategies at a much faster rate.
So this year, we focused on improving reliability and modularity. A dedicated board was designed to handle and monitor power distribution with efficient heat discipline.
Additionally, we have developed a custom debugging board. It is capable of validating, displaying and reading real-time communication and actuation signals.
We have reinforced undervoltage, overvoltage and reverse polarity protection for our new electrical stack.
This year, our B team took major strides. We revamped our website based on last year's feedback, and with the support of Luxonis, we enhanced our vision and camera systems. Apart from this, we also expanded our community building and outreach efforts. Additionally, we also implemented a Slack bot for improved knowledge management and seamless communication.
The pool, the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, just dropped their sub into the water moments ago as they are prepping for their final session. And so, so far it has been a really cool showing of just the best and brightest from around the world.
And it has been like that all week. I mean, I think it's if we only could have every single one of the teams competing today, that would have been amazing. But it's so exciting to see these teams, and you know, we have some of these finalists are return finalists as well. Actually, the Indian Institute of Technology Bombay was in the finals last year, and I believe that they placed sixth in finals in 2025. So it's exciting to see them come back and attempt to do better. They're another one of our teams that woke up this morning, weren't sure they were going to make it into the finals, and they have been grinding as hard as they possibly could in the third chance round this morning, and were able to score high enough to meet that threshold and join us this afternoon. So we're excited to have them here on the water.
And as we prepare for, or as they prepare, looks like they are just about to go hands off for autonomy mode.
And it's that autonomous mode moment that we know is a hard one for our students. You know, it's all of this work that they've done this whole year is culminating in this moment. They click that button and boom, it's all up to the vehicle to be able to do what they're asking it to do. So again, that first task they'll be attempting this afternoon is going to be that gate task, the coin flip, where they determine kind of how the rest of their challenges on the task will go. But it looks like they've got that first vehicle in the water, and they're getting ready to go.
And you know, just as we have done with our previous 6 schools that we've seen on the water, we are joined by a team member to talk a little bit about the session to come. Will you go ahead and introduce yourselves to us and tell us what your role is on the team?
Yeah, so my name is Kaustubh, and I'm the team mentor for the team for 25-26. So my job is probably to handle a bit of the logistics and help them out during the competition as well.
Awesome. Tell me a little bit about how the Robosub competition has been for you guys so far.
It's been a good learning curve, especially because we've had a few of our team members for which this is the first time competition. Their first time competition goes, they got to learn a lot. And we're probably counting on these young team members to carry on whatever learnings they've got and try to build a better vehicle, improve on every aspect. So for them, it's been a very, interesting and an enjoyable week. And always it's nice to be in the California sun again.
Yeah, it is. It has been pretty hot. We've gotten feedback from a lot of the teams that, especially in the team village, it's pretty warm as you're trying to fix and work on things, solve problems. Has the hot California sun affected your team at all?
I mean, obviously it's a bit hot. We feel it, but again, from where we come from,
it's not too bad out here.
Not awful.
We really love the weather.
Yeah, maybe it's an advantage for your team because not everybody is used to that heat.
And it's been unusually humid here in California, so I know that's thrown a few of our teams. But yeah, you guys have been doing so well, and we've seen you on the water and at the pool deck a lot this week. So what's testing been like and qualifying?
It's been, obviously we've had a lot of iterations go through. We've been working hard. Everyone's been working super hard. We obviously wanted to qualify directly yesterday night, but that's not the case. But again, that gives us a third chance. We were excited about that. We knew what went wrong, what we had to fix. And that's what the team focused on this morning as well. And we're just, pretty happy to be here. And I hope we do the best right now in the next 20, 15 odd minutes that we have.
We hope so too. What was it that you were focusing on? What was giving you some challenges for the last couple days?
A bit of maybe vision detection is something that we focused on in the last few days as well. Probably integrating tasks one after the other, that's also very important. That you can do tasks individually, but strung along with them. That's something we wanted to work on. I think this morning the science started to finally click for us, and I think pretty excited for this run as well.
Absolutely. It looks like you're not quite hands-off in autonomy mode yet. What do you think your team is doing down there?
So right now we're just getting the vehicle started. So I think the first vehicle already started, should be on its way soon. So we have 2 vehicles. The first one will probably handle the bigger challenges like the octagon, the torpedo, the random finger. So it's going to be head straight towards there. The smaller vehicle would handle the gate and the debris slalom part of the course.
So kind of splitting those responsibilities between the 2 vehicles. Have you always utilized the 2-vehicle method?
No, this is the one that we've tried to do this year because that's what we felt over the last few years. One vehicle to do all the tasks may not be a very solid approach given the time constraints that we have. So the team worked on getting the second vehicle ready this year. So this is the first active competition where we've tested this 2-vehicle strategy.
Tell me a little bit of where do you guys get together to work on these subs?
So we have, our institute provides us some swimming pool probably almost the same size as this here, so we get a chance to test out there. We have a lab that we work on at night, debugging, making stuff. That's where we work on primarily, and obviously that's where we work and get this vehicle ready. We come here maybe 2 weeks in advance of this competition, get a set up base, and get after training as well.
Get yourself going. It looks like you've got a slightly smaller team than a couple of the other teams. Some of the teams travel so many students, it's incredible. How many people do you have with you?
We have 7 people who've traveled from India right now, and for us I think that's been the case in the last few years as well. That's the team size that we brought in. We feel that's the right mix of people getting to work together and the right amount of rest as well between days. So we find that to be our way of working. So I think right now the vehicle is trying to do the random finger task, and hopefully based on the detection it goes to the next time.
And it's amazing, you've gotten the second vehicle in the water now.
Yeah.
What was it like this morning waking up, the energy amongst your team?
Pretty relaxed, I think. As I said, last night we knew what went wrong. So when you know what went wrong, we're pretty relaxed, everyone's pretty chill, having a good time out there. That's very important as well. And we're pretty confident that the third run would be a much better run than the last 2. So we've gone towards the octagon. Hopefully we get some, pick up some objects, drop them in the right bins, and move on.
I think it's a great ethos to have, it being calm under pressure. I think it's so important, not only in this environment in the competition space, but also in industry.
I think I would give the credit to that to the younger ones in the team, right? Their first time here, pretty fearless in how they do.
That's great.
We've been here 3-4 times. We were a bit sweaty, in the third run, but they were pretty calm, and it's lovely to see that. That's how we want the team to progress as well.
Shout out to that fearless generation coming up at IIT Bombay.
Truly. I'd love to learn a little bit more about you personally. What made you want to be a part of this team in the first place?
I joined this team in 2021. So at that point, the work that the team did seemed pretty interesting to me as a first-year undergrad. So that's how I joined this team. Probably I've gone to 2 Robosubs as an active part of this team when I was a proper member. I led this team in 2024. Now I've returned as in the capacity of a mentor to mentor the next generation. The culture, mainly the culture of the team is of always sticking together and always being there for each other is something that I really value and respect, and that's what I want to give back to as well.
Yeah, absolutely. How do you think that being a part of this team, especially in your early years, prepared you for the next seasons of your life and especially your professional life?
Probably it makes my job much easier. You know how to work with the team. To never back down in the face of any challenge. So it prepares you mentally. It prepares you that way. It's a good experience to be here as well. And yeah, over the last few years, we have countless challenges. There've been so many ups and downs, but you learn to ride them and you learn to come out and be ready to face the next one.
What do you think your biggest takeaway was last year that you worked on moving into this year?
I think the 2-vehicle strategy was very important because we found that we did not get enough time to do everything that we wanted to do. So having the second vehicle handle some of the other tasks is something that we really wanted to work on,
and here you are. Yeah, absolutely. Looks like one of your vehicles is in the octagon at the moment.
I think it picked up one of the objects, it surfaced, it did a roll. Probably that's what I can see from up here. So that's going pretty well. The second vehicle should be back soon. So far so good, I guess.
So far so good. Again, we mentioned this earlier, we've got just a couple of judges and a couple of team members kind of between our vantage point and the octagon, so we're doing our best to take a look at what we have going on there.
It looks like you guys have your gripper down, attempting to pick up some items there.
Yeah.
So what was kind of the methodology behind approaching this task for your team?
So it's probably very important to get our bottom camera detection working there. And once we detect the images, it's very important to work on actually gripping the object. So a shout out to the mech team. They've probably spent a lot of nights trying to get the right design, the right approach to getting the gripper made. We finally went to some TPU soft robotics gripper that we have, and that's working so well. I think we've been able to pick up objects in the morning. I hope we picked up one right now as well. So yeah, they worked pretty hard for this. They've worked to design it, get it made, test that out. So a big shout out to our mech team as well over here and back home.
That's awesome. What do you love most about coming to Robosub? I know you said it's your third or fourth time. What do you love about being here?
So the thing that I love the most is like even if it's my fourth one, you never know what's gonna happen. It's always down to the wire. It's the first time I'm seeing a wild card run, to be very honest. So the pressure, the excitement, that feeling is completely new. So one thing is you always see something new, a new challenge comes up every time. So no matter if it's my fourth or there's some people who have gone to 5, we'll always see something new come up. That is.
Absolutely. Have there been any folks from other teams that you have met along the way as you've been here for 4 years that you always look forward to seeing as you come back?
We take a lot of inspiration from what Team Bumblebee does, what the Desert Wave team does. We've been fortunate enough to see a lot of their runs live, try to pick up some of the things that they're doing, see how we could use it for us, how we could maybe change something that we're doing. So that's always a good thing about coming here as well, the exposure that we get as well as the newer members of the team get. When we go back home, we can design something better, do some small changes, make a better vehicle. So that's what we love as well.
Absolutely. Always working, always room for improvement.
100%. And I love to hear just kind of the team environment you guys have. I know we've been looking at your website and your technical design report, and you guys just really emphasize all aspects of the competition space and making sure that you put your effort into every area. And what is that like for you in the team environment at home? Assessing all those different aspects of the competition that we throw at you and picking those challenges?
I think our experience helps in that because, again, I said we have had a lot of members who've been to this competition before. They know what's, things that are more important, things we need to prioritize. So that helps us plan as well. And in general, I said it's a lovely group of individuals to be a part of. We probably see only 7 or 8 here, but there are almost 50, 60 back home. It's a lovely group to be a part of. And we'll always find a way. I think that's one thing that I've taken off in the last 4 or 5 years is this team will always find a way to get anything done. We'll probably take our time, we'll face the challenges, we'll be knocked down for a night or so, but the next morning we're going to come and find a way. That's what this team is made of. We're celebrating something.
Yeah, we
we
got some applause down on the pool.
It's always good, this team will always find a way.
Yeah, it looks like perhaps the gripper was doing some of the stuff that you guys wanted it to do. So kudos to your team for all the hard work last night. But again, across the whole year, and I think, like you said, it's a lovely group of people to watch, to be around. And we enjoyed watching your team video. I think you can tell the personalities coming through.
I think the young generation, they wanted to try something different this time.
It was great.
That's something you reflect on the video as well. So it's a nice video again.
It was well done. It was great.
I love the sense of humor and the joy and excitement that you guys have, and I know we've definitely crossed the halfway mark of your run as your vehicle continues to do the task. I know we've heard it from a few teams, but the Octagon task typically takes up the most time in a run.
That's what we felt as well, and I think coming into this run, we feel that's our best bet of getting maximum points. We'll probably focus on the Octagon, and then I think that it depends on the random finger as well, but then move on to the Torpedo, try to maximize our points there.
Tell us a little bit about how was traveling to California? Was it fairly smooth?
I'm based in California, so for me it's a short flight.
Oh man, where are you in California?
I work in the Bay Area, so it's a short flight for me. But
You're close.
But for them, it's a 24-hour flight. So again, a long journey. But when you are excited for this competition, it seems short. Yeah.
It's all the anticipation in the journey along the way.
Yeah. And it's one moment, that we've worked the entire year for. The build-up to that is, something really good.
And we've been talking about it before, but when does preparation start for next year?
The moment these guys land.
Yeah. It never stops, never stops. You guys always fighting for making the bot as best
It's
possible.
always we want to be better, you know, no matter what the result is, find ways to improve our performance, because next year when we are back, we want to have a better performance, do something more, do something a different way, do it quicker, do it shorter, but yeah, find a better way to do it.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like you got just about 5 minutes left in your run. So we want to make sure that you have plenty of time to be down there with your team to be able to celebrate and take in this kind of finals moment. So we want to thank you for spending some time with us today. It was great talking to you, and good luck with the rest of the finals.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Well, as we continue on the course and he goes back and returns to be with his team, you know, these are the big moments where they celebrate those final bits of time on the course. And so we're excited to see him return back to his team and have the whole group back together. They're continuing to work on that octagon task. Again, they're working on the tables that we were talking about earlier. So the vehicle earns points by dropping up to 2 markers into the correct bins based on its assigned role, and then where the markers come to rest. So additional points are going to be awarded if they interact with that magnetic element that we were talking about before, but it looks like so far we've just had Bumblebee attempt that today. And we are headed out, I think, from the octagon.
Making moves.
It looks like it may be attempting to kind of locate one of the markers that is on the floor of the pool. So again, you can see those different ways that the students approach the design challenges. You've got the larger gripper up here. You know, there's a number of different styles. You know, we can see the thrusters. There are various vehicle ways of building. We see it at Roboboat. You know, you have the catamaran style. You oftentimes have kind of more traditional boat style with like a single hull. We even have at Roboboat, we've got one that's shaped like an orca. So there's a little bit of something for everybody. So across our various competitions, you'll see, like he was mentioning, some teams will take inspiration from other teams that we have here on site for how to design the hull or design the vehicle as a whole. So you kind of see a few different styles.
That orca that you mentioned, one of my favorites at Roboboat. I love to see. I love it when a team takes that extra step to do a little visual design.
Yeah, and like we've been saying with the sort of personification of our robots, we see that across both Robosub and at Roboboat as well. And if you guys weren't able to join us for our stream back in February this year, I mean, you should check out some of the videos that we've been sharing of Roboboat. That's an amazing assortment of students, some of them who are actually back here again for Robosub, but it's almost like this competition you're watching underwater, except it's above the water.
Yeah, boat, another one of my favorite competitions, and I do love seeing competitors who are doing both, who are looking at that surface vehicle during Roboboat and solving problems, shooting at targets above the water, picking up water, all the really cool tasks that boat has to offer. And then we see them, a couple months later, and they also have a submarine. And so just neat to see these students taking on all aspects of maritime autonomy.
And I think it's one of the great things about having so many programs like we do here at RoboNation. So we've got several teams that are competing across the wider array, Roboboat, Robosub, SUAS, which we haven't spoken about as much. That's our next competition.
Coming up.
Yeah, it'll be in September out in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So for those of you that are watching at home and perhaps you participate in Robosub or one of our other competitions, make sure to check them all out. If you visit robonation.org, you'll see the wide variety of programs that we have to offer. And it's just a great way to stay plugged in, to learn more about technology, to experiment in all of these different domains. And like you're seeing down here with IT Bombay, I mean, this is a team that's dedicated themselves, and it's such a great way to just get in the field, get that practice. Like they said, we knew what the problem was last night. You don't get that experience in the classroom. You get that experience in the pool like we have here at Robosub. So we're excited as they start to close out their run, and the emotions as we start to close out Robosub as a whole for 2026. We're excited to see what they're able to accomplish as their second vehicle has made its way home, and their first vehicle is in the octagon right now, attempting that task there.
I loved hearing. Well, we knew it was wrong. We knew what was going on, and when we fixed it, you know, he was fairly confident, saying, "Hey, we're troubleshooting. We're working as a team. And we knew what we needed to do."
Yeah, it's that confidence that you have as a team. It looks like the sub, as it's exiting the octagon, may have detach the octagon a little bit from its enclosure, so these vehicles are strong.
Style points.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
But you know, like you're mentioning, I think it's impressive just to see the team cohesion, being able to communicate effectively with one another, having that confidence in one another too. I mean, we had a team a few years ago at RoboBoat. It was their very first year, and they anticipated all they were going to have issues with was mechanical problems. They get on site and it's all software problems, and none of them are software students, and they have to call home and engage in that virtually. And so, you know, they learn who should they be bringing, who are the best team members to be able to assist with various aspects of it. Oftentimes it has to do with seniority, but a lot of times it's also skill and who's been working more directly on that project. I mean, if you're able to see right at the water's edge, they are working actively on that on their secondary vehicle to try to get it in the water before their time slot ends. So they are constantly on the move, constantly working, trying to make sure. And look, they are about to put it back in the water, fight until the end. This is a team that's got that grit and determination we were talking about earlier, and it's very evident by the fact that they were able to do so well this morning in third chance and now here on the water.
Just looked at the time judge, 1 finger up, 1 minute left to go, and as you said, getting that vehicle back in the water, trying to get as much done, try to achieve as much as they possibly can, even with 60 seconds remaining in their session.
Every point matters to these teams, and I think they are such great examples of using literally every second they've got in the water to be able to accomplish that. So their secondary vehicle under the water, their first one is on the move, getting near to the torpedo tasks, it looks like.
You know, one of the things that we don't talk about quite as much is the team presentations that are required, right? And so these 58 teams that are competing, obviously they need to be focusing on all things technical, but they need to explain and share and be able to teach exactly what they're doing too with their team presentations. Can you tell us a little bit about what those presentations entail?
Absolutely. So Robosub, most of what you're seeing right now is in the water. If you check out our students, you can websites, you can learn a little bit more about their vehicles, watch their team videos like you've seen a few of them. But we're trying to teach every aspect of education around robotics to our student community so they're ready for the workforce on day one, and that includes those presentations. This is soft skills we're talking about. How can you explain what it is that you built? They know the technology, but it's being able to carry that information onto an audience that maybe isn't as technically minded. Our judges, whilst industry professionals, come from a wide variety of areas in industry, and so this is a great opportunity for our students to utilize those communication skills and really explain why they've done it the way they've done it and how they've gone about building their vehicles. We also have kind of a secondary presentation form called system assessments, and this allows our students to work with industry judges in those moments to defend the decisions that they've made, whether it be software, hardware, mechanical, electrical. I mean, all the way through their vehicle, they're having to explain, okay, this is why we chose this. We've heard some students discuss, we custom built this component. And other students talking about, hey, we purchased the cheapest version. Other students, hey, we've got a $50,000, so it's all the decisions that you make along the way. This is an opportunity for our judges to sort of challenge you on why you've gone about that. And again, it's a great opportunity to showcase those soft skills. We set up our Robosub teams like little businesses, so can you sell your robot to us is essentially the vibe that we're getting almost of how do you tell it to the world, how do you explain what you're doing, and then of course now here on the water is now show us the stuff that you've got. You've told us all about it, but we want to see it operate.
Now prove it, exactly. And as Bombay comes off the water, big hugs all around for their team, high fives for sure. Finishing up the last session of the finals today. We have had 7 incredible teams showcase what they're capable of, giving it all that they have. And as you know, my favorite thing about being here at Robosub is meeting these students, getting to learn not just about the things that they are interested in as it relates to engineering or autonomy or whatever they may be studying, but learning who they are. What do they like to do when they're not in the classroom? What do they like to do when they're not working late nights collaborating for Robosub? And so before we wrap for the day, we want to show a couple of more videos just about who these incredible students are when they are not here in Irvine, California.
I would really love to be a defense contractor. Just being able to work on some of the planes that really are pushing boundaries right now, I think would be an awesome place to be.
I actually love teaching. I was a part-time teacher for a non-profit organization in Singapore. If I were to teach you something, it would be the Malay language, which is my mother tongue.
I would love to work for Rivian. there's no like IPO or anything. There's no public offerings for like stocks. So like there is just an incentive to do one thing, and that's to give the users as best of experience as possible. And I love that.
Currently, I'm looking at radiology technician because it pays pretty well. I have a good skill set for it. I'm interested in the techniques and hardware and the processes that are involved in that. So taking x-rays basically.
I do really want to work in some sort of consumer electronics. I really like the idea of building something that people are actually going to use.
Sometimes if you make your passions your job, you don't like them anymore, you know? But I would love to be a part-time traveling makeup artist / engineer.
If I were to give a TED Talk, I'd probably do one on collaboration with empathy, because having that mutual understanding and open-mindedness can go a really long way.
I would say my TED Talk would either focus on my dogs or supersonic plane engines.
I talk about the marine sciences. I talk about marine biology, the Puget Sound, the eelgrass meadows, the kelp forests. There's just so much going on, so many cool animals.
Maybe I'd talk about how, like, I don't know, some music theory topic, or like how music has like spread throughout the world and throughout the eras, something like that.
How to design organization systems to manage your life.
I would think I would talk about how art and literature, which are also things I'm interested in beyond this, can help you understand the world and systems around you, and then how to recreate and improve upon those systems.
I've already done a 20-minute TED Talk on the proper way to cook a grilled cheese. Mayonnaise is the correct way to do it because the butter will just burn the bread, and I don't believe anyone understands that. And I've been fighting to show this truth to the world. It's grilled cheese.
All right, we are back. Just like that.
Robosub 2026 is coming to a close. Now we still have our awards ceremony, so make sure to check out our YouTube channel later tonight after we post that this evening. Our last sub is officially coming out of the water. It's a lot of emotions, a lot of excitement, you know, a lot of successes and challenges that have been had this week. So congratulations to all 58 teams.
Huge.
For all the students that were able to join us in person. But as many of the students mentioned, there are a ton of students back home, and we know you guys are watching. So a big shout out to the students that made these vehicles possible, for our 7 finalists, but also all 58 of our teams. Thank you guys for watching and joining us, and congratulations for all the hard work that you guys have done.
Thank you to our sponsors as well one more time. Thank you for that community. Thank you to our volunteers for having us here. We are excited to see those volunteers, those sponsors, many of these students at SUAS and at RobotX in just a month, 2 months down the road. And thank you for spending the day with me. This was a ton of fun.
Absolutely, and thank you, Andrew. It's been an absolute blast to be able to engage with our students, learn more about their vehicles, and watch this really exciting competition. We will be back next year in 2027 for Robosub. We're excited to share all of the exciting updates and themes and everything with you guys, so stay tuned. If this is the first time you're ever learning about any RoboNation program or Robosub, make sure to visit our website, robonation.org, visit robosub.org, register, get involved, come watch our webinars. We'd love to have you be a part of the RoboNation family.
Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
I came to this competition my sophomore year, and I realized that electrical engineering was what I wanted to do as my career.
You would think that nerds would be like reserved, but I feel like we're very open and like very inclusive.
It doesn't feel like we're competing against each other. It feels like we're all supporting each other.
You have people who are so passionate and dedicated about what they do, but you also have students who are equally passionate and dedicated and just like want to learn and love to learn.
I would love to have any of these students work with me on one of my teams. I build UUVs at work, and I just think that they're just great. You know, they just figure it out, and it's very just impressive to see.